All right, good morning, everybody. We are going to start. It's wonderful to see you all here with us today, and I think we might have a few people watching online, so good to see you too if you're watching there. My name is Tim Cross, and I'm Assistant Editor at Video Week, who we're the trade publication who put on this event, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to Video Week Horizons this morning. So I just want to kick us off and talk a little bit about what the event is. And sort of what we want to get out of it, what we hope you guys get out of it, and then we've got a bit of Video Week housekeeping to do after that. But first, the event. So Video Week Horizons was really, I think, born out of, some of you might have been with us for our garden party event last year, which was kind of a big, fun summer event, but the content we did there was all based around sustainability. And we had some really fantastic discussions there, some really insightful panels, and we thought it's really a topic that is very deserving of a full event for itself. Sustainability, thankfully, we're increasingly seeing discussed at industry events, and we'll continue to talk about it at our broader events. But we don't want to see it be a topic that's sort of relegated to the bottom of an agenda at the end of the day when people have started to go home anyway. We think it should be a top of the agenda event and something that we're talking about plenty, because it's obviously, I think the fact that you're in this room probably suggests that you agree, something that is and should be a high priority for the industry. When we talk about sustainability, it's not something that we can sort of wait around on and take 10 years to make progress on. I think all the discussion we've seen in the news and globally shows the need for urgent action around sustainability, and that includes in advertising and media. So our hope is that today will provide a bit of a framework for how to think about sustainability. Some of you, your companies might be quite new to it, talking about it, but not really sure exactly what it means for you. So we hope that today will be sort of informative of how to think about it, how to frame it, how to get started, and we're also going to be sort of diving into some of the deeper conversations around the stuff the industry's working on at the moment. So just to start, what we mean by sustainability, I think the stuff that gets the most press is carbon cutting, and that's obviously part of the equation, but sustainability is more than just cutting carbon emissions, or even sustainability when you think about it as sort of environmental issues. If you look at how the United Nations defines sustainability, which we're going to talk about more later, so we'll go into a bit more depth in that, but it's way broader than that. It includes things like DEI, it includes things like world peace, solving hunger, all these sorts of things, which I know from the off that might sound very broad and high-minded for a media and advertising event, but again, we'll go into that later. But yeah, it encompasses all these things. So we're going to be talking about reducing carbon emissions, but we're also going to be talking about DEI in the industry, and we're not going to cover every aspect we could cover of sustainability, because as I'm saying, it's a big topic, but we're hoping to kind of give that good starting framework. And our conviction really as Video Week is that this is important first and foremost because these things are good for people and the planet. And I want to start there because, you know, that hopefully is the main motivation that we want to talk about this, that we want to make progress on sustainability, is because we share that conviction that it's important to do to save the planet, essentially. But we also do want to make the point that we think increasingly making progress on these things is actually good for business as well. There will be times where you might have to sacrifice a bit of profit or quick revenue in the name of sustainability, and we don't want to shy away from that and make it seem like that's never the case. But we also do want to make it clear that you don't have to tank your business to make progress on sustainability, and actually increasingly we think these things are going hand in hand, that businesses that are sustainable are the businesses that are best placed to succeed. So that's sort of the event, and now onto a bit of a few more things. We've obviously, as an event, got a bunch of sort of materials about like these lanyards and signage and stuff. So just wanted to make the point clear that you can look at that and see that that maybe looks not very sustainable, but we have worked hard to ensure that all the materials we're using for this event were sustainably sourced. So someone on the events team might be able to explain how they went about that, because I wasn't involved in that, but I know that is the case. Before we get into the event itself, a few bits about what's going on at Video Week. So later today, we're launching a digital guide to sustainability. So that obviously is going hand in hand with this event. If you're on the Video Week newsletter, you'll get that in your inbox. If not, have a look for it on our website or sign up to the newsletter, and that will come through later today, covering obviously similar issues, but taking some different angles and something that you can keep and refer to. Then in terms of events we've got going on this year, the big one for us is New Video Frontiers. Those of you who know us will know that this is our flagship conference, and it is our 10-year anniversary this year, so we really are trying to go bigger and better than we've ever done it before. So New Video Frontiers, we want to be the big event in Europe for CTV and video advertising, emphasizing both those things. It's not just CTV, it's the video part as well, which we're really trying to emphasize this year as well. So it's a 2-day event. There's a leadership forum on day 1, which is March 22nd. That's in BAFTA. And then we have the main conference. The leadership forum is going to be a mix of roundtable discussions, town hall, and a couple of panels. But it will be much more about conversation in the room. So that's day 1. Day 2 will be our conference in King's Place, split across 2 stages. And that will be a mix of panels, fireside chats, all that sort of thing. Talking all things video and CTV. If you're interested in these events and you've not registered your interest and got a ticket already, if you are from a brand, an agency, a publisher, or a broadcaster, when you leave this event, there's going to be a box somewhere by the exit. Pop your name badge in there, and we'll get in touch about the event. If you're ad tech, I'm sorry, we can't give away free tickets to ad tech because of our partnership obligations, but if you're brand, agency, publisher, broadcaster, pop your badge in the box, and that recycles it as well, obviously. If you're not a broadcaster, please just hand your badge in at the desk, and we'll recycle it for you. So that's NVF. Then we've got at Cannes this year, the Video Week Villa, which is our first villa we're doing at Cannes, so we're very excited for it. That's going to be, we're going to be there all week. We're going to be hosting loads of chat around CTV and video. It's going to be panels, going to be meetings, and just hopefully really, really great networking. If you're interested in partnering with us for that, we're doing partnerships around it, so contact our events team for that, and they'll be able to give you the details. Then, last thing, EVA's, European Video Awards. We did our first EVA's last year, and we're very excited to do the second one this year. This is our awards to really recognize the best work going on in CTV and video. So we've got, I believe, a category around sustainability, but also loads of other stuff. If you're interested, you want to have a look at categories, just go on our website, and then the early bird deadline is 28th of February, so that's very soon, so you might want to get on that later today. Or the overall deadline is 28th of April, and then the awards ceremony itself will be 28th of September. Then there's loads of other stuff that we've got going on, but I don't want to cover it all because it's going to be here forever. So instead, I'm going to lead us into the event. And to kick us off today, we've got Dan from WWF. I think pretty much everyone here, I'm sure, will be familiar with WWF already. They're a fantastic charity doing great work around sustainability and the environment. So Dan's going to be talking to us about the work they do, re-emphasizing why this is also important, and also hopefully giving it a bit of inspiration about the role that businesses can play in saving the planet. So please welcome Dan to the stage.
Thank you, Tim, and good morning, everyone. My name's Dan, and I'm from the WWF Partnerships and Sustainable Business team. I previously spent 8 years in advertising in London agencies, so I'm super happy to be here today as well. Part of why I moved, though, was I am deeply passionate about nature and our environment. And at WWF, our core purpose is to facilitate a world in which people and nature can thrive together. As things stand, we're in a race against time to protect our planet, and it's a race that we simply have to win. Human activity and bad planning have made the destruction of our world our greatest mistake. We need to redefine our relationship with the natural world, or we threaten to put our very way of life at risk. But what am I on about, and why is it relevant for everyone here today? The problem, put simply, is that human activity is seeing global diversity being sent into a stark decline. The natural world is fading, and the longer we leave it, the more difficult it will be to change anything. Nature is astounding, nature is resilient, but we are pushing it too far. A 69% fall in biodiversity since 1970, rapid deforestation, and dangerous risks on our planet's climate are now causing worldwide challenges for ourselves and the way we live. Be that flooding, crop yields, fish stocks, these problems are all increasing, and we can't let them become irreversible. No one wants this to happen, and we certainly can't afford for this to happen. Okay, I'll try and be more positive from now on, because there is a big opportunity despite all these problems. We have a window of time in which to act. And when we act collectively, human beings can be an incredibly powerful force for good. Nature can and will bounce back when looked after properly. We've seen it happen. Global tiger numbers have risen for the first time in 100 years, and that's through our work in conserving tiger habitats across India. Blue whale numbers in South Georgia have increased since we established new marine protected areas in those regions. And we see in the Masai Mara a really perfect example of how nature and people can cohabit together. But we need to see these examples on a global scale. And to achieve that, we need action. Action from business, action from government, and action from all of us individually. In business, that means revaluing nature. According to McKinsey, the supply for a new net zero economy could be worth £1 trillion to UK businesses by 2030 and establish 480,000 new jobs. That's a huge shift. And if we can see a net zero economy that's galvanized from UK business, then we can actually have a step change and profitability for UK businesses. The UK government has already stated their ambition for change at recent COPs, but this needs to be followed up by action. As outlined in the recent Skidmore review, we cannot be left behind. We need to follow up on these commitments and set a leading example from the UK to the rest of the world. And for individuals, climate change is already a huge concern. 47% of millennials believe the purpose of business is to improve society and to protect the planet. There is a need to demonstrate true sustainability to both these future customers, but also these future employees. I'm going to play a short film which encapsulates the importance of business in the delivery of this change.
Welcome to the Anthropocene, the age of humans. We are now the dominant force of change on the planet.
Nature once determined how we survive. Now we determine how nature survives.
Three-quarters of the land surface and 2/3 of the ocean are impacted by our activities. In the summer, there is 40% less Arctic sea ice cover than there was in 1980. Almost half of our planet's forests have been felled for their timber and to make space for ourselves and our livestock. And at sea, our extensive overfishing is leading to the collapse of key fish stocks.
The cod stocks crashed back home in Newfoundland, where I was from, and thousands of people thrown out of work, boats beached, canneries emptied, and that was the real wake-up call. That's where I began to understand that there'll be no jobs on a dead planet.
The destruction of our natural world is already costing us trillions of dollars every year. Suddenly, the costs of the age of humans are outweighing the benefits.
We are at risk of entering a danger zone where we could trigger irreversible and self-amplifying change which could push the whole planet ultimately away from the desired equilibrium. We are at risk of destabilizing the whole planet.
We have just 10 years to drastically alter our path before it will be too late to avoid catastrophic changes to our planet.
We need revolutionary speed, right? We need a green revolution, and it needs to happen at the scale and at the speed of the digital and internet and mobile revolution.
And what drove the speed and scale of these revolutions? Business. The same force that powered the last period of global change can also power the next.
The business sector has no option but to be a force for change.
Successful businesses will embrace the clean technologies that now exist.
Are we going to run out of wind and sunshine in Texas before we run out of fossil fuels? I'm betting on wind and solar. First and foremost, I'm a businessman, and the original decision was it was a business decision.
New ideas and land management strategies will help us protect our biodiversity and feed more people with less land. The health of the ocean is critical to the way our planet operates. Future businesses will respect it as a resource that belongs to all of us, only taking what it can naturally replace. Next generation businesses will design their product lines to fit within circular economies.
Waste from one process becomes food for the next. Waste is just a resource in the wrong place. That's even true for carbon dioxide. It's true for plastics. It's true for everything that we think we're throwing away. There is no away. And so we need to create economies that actually have infrastructure that enable that circular design.
If you ask millennials, what is the purpose of business? 47% said some version of the purpose of business is to improve society and protect the environment. This is a fundamental sea change in the way an entire generation thinks about business. It's going to mean that if you want to attract the top talent and retain them, if you want to win over millennial customers and attract the $30 trillion of capital that's currently being given to millennials by the baby boomer generation, you're going to have a narrative around how your products are sustainable and healthy.
Sustainability is now the only business plan.
I think that in the future, when we look back, there will be two types of companies. Companies that got it and companies that didn't get it. I know which segment I'd like to belong to.
The only viable future is one in which business innovates to demand less of our world. In that future, the wild will recover. We can restore the balance of nature, fix the relationship between our planet and our business, and change the way we live on our planet for the better. Forever.
I'm always cheating when I'm showing little seal cubs. I think that's unfair. So I mentioned previously, WWF's mission is to stop the degradation of our planet and our planet's natural environment. We cannot do this alone, so our partnerships work across a huge spectrum of different brands and organizations to bring about solutions that are beneficial for nature, but are also economically viable and long-term. Each brings with it a very different set of specific challenges, and generally we draw upon three different levers when we're putting our partnerships together. The first is in policy, so we do a lot of work convening different business sectors and setting out demands as a sector to governments, so that voice, that collective voice, which is far more powerful than just ourselves. The second pillar is consumers. So we do work either collectively championing a new product that's a step change and shift in the sector on sustainability, or through a cause-related marketing campaign potentially linked to our programmatic work around the world. And then the last pillar is on business operations. So this is really challenging and advising the way companies operate so that nature is better accounted for within their business practices. So I'm going to take you through 4 examples where we've done this. The first is Tesco. So this is a transformational partnership that we've been running for about 4 years. The aim is to halve the environmental impact of the average UK shopping basket. And given food production is responsible for over 60% of biodiversity loss, it's a huge area of work that needs to be acted on. There are 3 areas that we focused on. The first is helping customers eat more sustainably. That's from seed to plate. So working with farmers, ensuring that they can adopt sustainable practices, but doing so in a way that is beneficial for them, and it's not yet another pressure point, that we put on farmers. The second is restoring nature within food production, so actually working with landowners to inspire kind of an increase in biodiversity, allowing these wildlife corridors in the UK. It's the most nature-depleted, one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world. And so how can we kind of restore meadows through farmland work, but from sand to sea? So we kind of take a wholescape approach. So really looking at the river systems, how we're polluting those river systems, the effects of different chemicals, etc. And then the last is on eliminating waste. So a third of the food produced is thrown away, which costs families about £800 a year. So we really encourage actions from the farms to ensure that doesn't happen and in store. And the output of that partnership has been a basket metric, which is measuring the carbon, the waste, the water use of supermarkets, but it's not just Tesco. It's Sainsbury's, Lidl, Morrison's, and Waitrose have now come on board. So it's a real shift and movement from the whole sector that's been galvanised by this partnership with Tesco as a leader. The second example is Scottish Power. So energy is in the news a lot, as you can imagine, and this is an advocacy-focused partnership looking at how do we revalue low-carbon solutions in homes. Having things like solar panels, heat pumps are so expensive to install in our homes. How can we work together with Scottish Power and the government to make those incentives much, much clearer for the end user? The third example is Sky. This is much more of an engagement opportunity, so really in driving awareness of different environmental issues. So we started in the Amazon and saved, it was 1 billion trees back in 2009. Through working with their customers, through working with their influencers, to really raise awareness of the issues of deforestation in that region. We've since moved to Sky Ocean Hero and planted 1.2 million seeds of seagrass, which is 28 times more effective than tropical rainforest as a carbon storage. And we're now really zeroing in on UK nature with Sky. The last example I'll give you is Aviva. So one of the biggest actions that people can take individually is changing their pension to be more, I guess, really zero in on where that's invested and ensuring that it isn't in areas that are detracting from our environment. Aviva are the first insurer to target net zero, and the partnership is all around acting on climate change for a better tomorrow, and we do that in 3 ways: through transforming the finance sector, so calling on government to integrate nature into policy. So this was showcased at COP, when our actions led to the government announcing mandatory net zero transition planning for finance. The second area is in engaging, so that could be locally, employees, other financial institutions. We want the partnership to really inspire action on climate. But watch this space, there's something coming soon. And then the last is in building climate resilient communities. So the UK, like I say, is one of the most nature depleted areas, and we need to protect ourselves from flood risk, from drought risk. So Aviva, we're working with 4 programs around the UK to do this and to ensure people's homes are insured in the right way that considers the environment. So there's some examples of how we at WWF are working with business, but how can everyone help? So the solution's quite simple. We just need to be wild. We need to restore biodiversity, and to achieve that, we need to change behaviors. Change the way we consume, consider the brands that we purchase from, the products we purchase, not just our stuff, but our food and our travel and our pensions. Brands can be a fantastic influence as well as a negative. They play such an important part of our lives, so have a role to play in reducing our overconsumption. How companies articulate their purpose has become more and more important, and sustainability has become embedded within those narratives. A century from now, our planet could be a wild place again, and we all have a role in making that happen. So thank you very much for your time, and I hope you enjoy the day.
Okay, hello. Yeah, it's working great. Excellent. Do we have a clicker, or has WWF stolen it? Brilliant. Right. Okay, good morning, everyone. If you don't know me, I'm Vincent Flood. I'm the editor-in-chief at Video Week. I'm going to introduce Stephen by framing the conversation with a personal anecdote. So it might seem a bit self-indulgent at first, but there's a point. The climate crisis is actually what brought me from Ireland to London originally. No, my potato crop did not fail. What happened was, as a student, I was working my dad's newsagent. It was around the time of the millennium in 2000. Pretty much every magazine cover was people who were around at the time of the millennium will remember that it was a time for reflection, looking at the future of humanity. Climate crisis was very much front and center, and got quite worked up about it and wanted to do something about it. Came over to the UK to do a master's in environmental law and policy. Then came down to London, was working with Greenpeace and working on the campaign called Stop Esso then, where Esso were doing lots of very, very naughty things with their astroturfing and in the way that they were sort of being a very aggressive anti-environmentalist at that time. And in all honesty, I was working on this campaign, got a bit pissed off just talking to journalists all the time, decided I wanted to be one. But at that time, it felt a little bit like, and pardon my French, pissing in the wind. It felt like a very nebulous, abstract thing. A lot of people weren't on board with it, were just sort of, oh, that'll go away. And I have to say, in what I've seen in the industry in the last couple of years has just completely re-energized my enthusiasm for this. And it's been led by other people who've been very inspiring. And I think one of the key things that's happening in the industry is ad net zero. So I'm very happy to have Stephen on stage in his capacity as Ad Association CEO, and who are very much playing a pivotal role in that net zero. And yeah, so firstly, Stephen, it would be good for you to sort of explain who you are, what you do, and what Ad Net Zero are up to.
Right. Well, thank you, Vincent. Good morning, everybody. So I'm Stephen Woodford, Chief Executive of the Ad Association. The Advertising Association, for those who don't know us, is the trade body that represents the whole industry. So wherever you sit in the advertising ecosystem, whether you're an advertiser, in a production company, in a media owner, in a tech company, the Ad Association is here to represent you. So pretty much every significant trade body and media owner and organisation in our industry is a member of ours. So we attempt to speak for the whole industry and tackle the, if you like, whole industry problems. Mm-hmm. And of course, number one whole industry problem is making ourselves fit for the future. And of course, that means being as sustainable as we can be. And we started Ad Net Zero. In fact, it started with a working group. Like a lot of these things start, you know, there's the mysterious ways of trade bodies. If in doubt, set up a working group. So we set up a working group, and I had a friend who's very connected with Extinction Rebellion, and he basically used to needle me all the time on email, and whenever I saw him, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? And we were hearing it not just from him, but from many, many people across the industry. We need to have an answer. What's our industry going to be doing? Because although we employ 300,000 people, there's £36 billion worth of spend in the UK, and we pretty much work with every consumer-facing business. We're not a massive industry in terms of our carbon footprint, but we have a massive impact as an industry because our output affects the way people live. It changes behaviour. It influences how they want to live their lives, the sort of goods and services they buy. So clearly, although we are a significant industry, we're not a massive emitting industry, albeit a significant emitting industry, but our impact is enormous. And I think our power to be a catalyst for change is enormous. And I think that's really the inspiration for AdNet Zero. Mm-hmm. So the first thing, we talked to lots and lots of experts in the field, the first thing they all said is, get your house in order. Particularly if you're advising other businesses, the first thing you want to be if you're advising anybody is make sure you're walking the walk yourself. So first thing we did was look at how we get our house in order and take our business and look at the end-to-end of the advertising industry and look at how we reduce emissions. Mm. So that's the gestation of it. We working group in 2019. In 2020, we launched AdNet Zero in November 2020. I remember launching it and saying, in a year's time, we are going to have a global conference at COP in Glasgow. And at that point, we had no members. By the time we got to Glasgow, we had 100 members, and we had a fantastic two-day event in COP in Glasgow, and we just recently had our second global summit in London online. All of that content's there. If anybody wants to see it, there's now over 60 or so sessions from leaders across the industry talking about how our industry is innovating and championing, becoming more sustainable and reducing the overall impact of our industry on the economy.
Mm. And what's driving all of this? I mean, you've obviously, there is, of course, the climate crisis, and there's sort of an ethical imperative, but there's other imperatives at work that are driving us forward. So maybe could you sort of explain about what's going on there?
I mean, I think in a sense it's almost like a collision of pretty much every imperative. Mm. We did some research in 2019 as part of this working group process to see what people who work in our industry think. And we found it was the #1 concern of people working in the industry. Am I part of the problem? Or am I part of the solution? And because obviously, a big part of our business is consumption, is encouraging people to buy new things. So a real source of concern for people in the industry. And of course, there's a talent crisis pretty much in every industry. So if we're going to attract people, we need to make sure that they feel that they're going to be part of the solution and not part of the problem. It's a major issue for everybody working in the industry. So #1, it was people in the industry. Obviously, there's all the wider ethical, societal pressures and so on. But actually, I think the most positive actually is the, if you like, the commercial opportunity. Mm. As the previous speaker was talking about, there's enormous change going to be taking place in the economy. And really, this is only going to be driven that there's not enough tax revenue in the world to pay for all of this. The change that needs to happen in our it has to be the way business works, changes, the goods and services that we buy have to change. And it has to be, in effect, the market that changes the world. And we see it, there are 4 great examples in the previous speaker from Sky and Tesco and so on, showing how things are going to be changed. I love the Tesco one, halving the impact of the average shopping basket. Now you think about the complexity of doing that, all of those supply chains that go into that shopping basket, but they're doing it. And I think you see across industry really complicated problems being solved. We're trying with AdNet Zero to solve the complexities of our industry and look at our supply chains and decarbonise them. I think the final point I would make is this is going to become a legal imperative. Companies are going to have to report their carbon footprint as part of their financial auditing. They're already doing that, but there's frameworks coming out in the UK, EU, US that will ensure there's carbon reporting, and particularly for big companies. But that will extend ultimately to all companies, and because in the end, the other big legal imperative is it's set in the law. By 2050, the UK has to be carbon 100% reduction against 1990 levels of emissions. So, 2050 may sound a long, long way off, but the sort of changes that are going to have to take place will take many, many years to achieve. We've got to do our bit, both in our own supply chain, but also maximise the impact we can have as an industry in terms of accelerating change.
And I'll just flash up some of the action goals. I mean, the one we're really going to speak about in detail is the sort of media planning side of things. Not that the others aren't relevant, but I think it's useful in terms of framing what's going on across the industry and that we're all working towards this sort of joint goal. So, I mean, the first one about advertising business operations, what you're saying about putting your own house in order. Sounds like Jordan Peterson advice. But putting your own house in order, what's the...
Well,
yeah,
if you look, so this
doing?
is an attempt to... So we did lots and lots of work about what do we do. And we thought the simplest thing is think about the end-to-end of advertising. So first of all, the businesses that make and distribute and in effect live off advertising. So whether it's an ad agency or a production company or a tech company, if advertising is the predominant part of your business, get your house in order. We found that travel and if you like, energy, obviously, the office energy consumption were the major drivers of those businesses, scope 1 and scope 2. This was pre-pandemic, obviously. Obviously, the pandemic had a massive impact on travel. It's coming back, but we think not at anything like the level it was before. So those figures seem to be dropping. But the biggest and simplest thing any of your businesses can do is switch the office energy to a sustainable energy provider. And that's, you can take care of 40 to 50% of the footprint of your business by doing that. It's complicated now because of the whole hybrid working thing, so we have to now account much more for what in effect, home consumption when you're working at home, and we're working on how we do that. But every business needs to set its, large or small, needs to set its own roadmap to reduce emissions and set a target and measure and report on that and be accountable for it. So that's really about action 1. Action 2 is about production. And if you're looking at this, so 1 to 4 are actually about the, if you like, our supply chain. Action 5 is about the output, the end product of advertising. Action 2 is about production, reducing emissions from production. We have got a tool called AdGreen, which is purpose-built for advertising production. There's a report coming out in March, which I would commend to you. It's perfect for your publication because it's all about primarily video production. And the report will have the data from the first 500 productions to go through the AdGreen tool. Now, the AdGreen tool is new for advertising, but actually it's built on a broadcasting tool called Albert. If you watch TV, you often see a little Albert icon at the end of the program on the credits. Albert is the sustainable production initiative started by the BBC. I mean, you can guess by the name where it started, on EastEnders. So hence Albert. Albert is now used by all the broadcasters. Fantastic set of data, carbon factors for 140 countries. So wherever you shoot in the world, you can calculate the footprint. And we repurposed that tool for advertising. And I think there's now 2,500 projects logged on that, and the first 500 have come out the other end. So we'll be publishing the first, I think it's probably a global first, really detailed analysis of where the emissions come from production. And no surprise, it's the same 2 big things. Energy consumption of the spaces that are used and the travel that's used. These are very, very manageable things for the industry to do. And if you think about the shape of the advertising supply chain, that's probably between 15 and 20% of the emissions that advertising's production or supply chain is responsible for. The biggest one, probably between 50 and 60%, is the media, which we'll talk a bit more about. The 4th one on that list is about the awards and all the things that we do around the industry. So you may have seen, if any of you are interested in Cannes Lions, for the first time, Cannes Lions is a great supporter of AdNet Zero right from the very start. Cannes Lions now, every single entry, and they get tens of thousands of entries, has got to put some data in about sustainability. What did you do? How have you thought about this? Now, they may not have even thought about it, but it starts by asking the question. You're getting people in agencies and advertisers and media owners all around the world to start thinking about what they do. 2023 is going to be a data collection exercise to see what the level of consideration is globally. And 2024, depending on that, will ratchet up gradually. So we launched the campaign AdNet Zero Awards last year. We had over 80 entries, some fantastic winners. In fact, there was a winner in reference to that food waste point. The winning case was actually a food waste case for Hellmann's mayonnaise. A brilliant, brilliant campaign to in effect, get people to use Hellmann's to stop them throwing away food by making new recipes and so on. So that's action 4. And then action 5 is about really looking at sustainable advertising output. And that's looking at the messaging, and I know we're going to come on and talk about that in a moment.
Interesting. What we'd like, to come out today is that maybe people have some tangible stuff to sort of take back with them. So I'm just thinking about any sort of good case studies when it comes to media planning and buying. What are maybe let's clump agencies and clients together.
Yeah.
What's happening on the buy side in terms of what they can do in the media planning? And
Well, there's a huge amount of innovation going on, both large companies and smaller companies, lots of innovators. Your Scope 3 sponsoring today, doing a massive amount in the industry to really raise awareness of, obviously, the issue, but actually give people practical tools to address it. And I think if I was looking at a sort of overarching principle for these things, is there's a lot of work, and there are various frameworks now in existence that look at the emissions footprint of every media channel. We've been doing some work with Side Business School at Oxford to have a very academic look at this. There's other work we're doing, and many others are doing, to look at in effect the very granular step by step of every single media channel. And there are some surprising factors there, or surprising results there in terms of what you might perceive as being unsustainable. Actually, it's quite sustainable.
Such as?
Well, example, people would tend to think digital media is much more sustainable because it's virtual, and physical media, like print, is less sustainable. Not necessarily the case. It depends. Like a lot of these things, it depends. High quality media, I would say an overarching rule, high quality media is more sustainable because it has better audiences, better readership, better quality, less wastage. So whatever the inputs are, the more the audience and the more efficient in terms of reach, it's going to be more sustainable. The long tail, particularly in digital, is probably the least sustainable part of the ecosystem.
It's funny you say that. We produce these industry guides, and in reviewing our own sustainability on every aspect, from that sign to everything else. I think Tim didn't know what they were made of. They're made from pandas, are sustainable. No, but it's an ongoing dilemma for us. Should we be printing materials? And yet, time and time again, you'll be on a call with somebody and they'll hold it up and they'll use the physical copy to train other people. It gets used and passed around the organisation. So the print people in the room, how are they adopting though? I assume there is unsustainable forms of print.
It's all about how you print. I mean, most newspapers are printed on recycled paper. So you look at the efforts that publishers are going to. Really good examples are the sort of cover wraps where you see things wrapped in plastic around Sunday newspapers and things like that. They're moving to cellulose cover wraps and so on to stop the use of plastic. So there's huge amounts of really detailed work going on to look at every single step. And I think this is one of the things that we've come to learn over the last 2.5 years of doing this is it's about the everyday detail. Every decision, you're all working in our industry, every single decision that you take during a day can make a difference. Do we choose to do that, or do we choose to do that? And it is about, it's not the big sort of corporate objectives that are sound, and industry objectives that are sort of promoted are all well and good, but actually it's the day-to-day actions that need to change. And that's why I like things like that Tesco nudge about it's the shopping basket. In our industry, it's about looking at every single step in the advertising process and looking at how can we optimize this, not just for the usual things of audience and reach and cost and impacts and so on, but for carbon. And I think that's going to become increasingly another currency for the industry, is we'll be thinking about the emissions as well as that, because carbon has a price in a sense because it inflicts a cost on the world, and it will increasingly have a commercial price.
And aside from the newspapers, are there other examples of media companies sort of raising the bar?
I'll take another completely other end of the spectrum. Love Island. If anybody watches, who watches Love Island? I do not believe
more than that.
I absolutely don't believe that. For one moment. Anyway.
Liars.
I watch Love Island. Love it.
I did watch. I think the second series.
I have daughters.
It was like crack cocaine. I was like, this is not good for me.
As a dad, it's quite embarrassing to watch it with your daughters. But so, anyway, the really interesting thing I think that ITV and Love Island did was that the big sponsorship last time was eBay. I think previously they had fashion brands, but this time it was about, in effect, recycling fashion and second-hand fashion. So the whole, I think, dressing the cast and the rest of it, it was very much geared towards recycling. And that, enormous, obviously, cultural resonance, Think about the success of eBay and Depop and all these other brands which are in effect repurposing fashion. Okay, going back to my daughters, I don't think they ever buy anything new. They buy and sell, they trade on Depop particularly and charity shops and things like that, but they never buy new. And they do it because money, but also they do it because they like the environmental or the lower environmental impacts of it. They don't like fast fashion. So we're seeing fantastic cultural change, and I think that Love Island moment was a really important one. I can't remember the brand before, but I think it was a fast fashion brand before that was the main sponsor. So it's those sort of almost zeitgeisty type programs like Love Island that really, I think, can accelerate change. And in effect, they're responding to what their audiences want to see as well. So this is not, there's an element of leadership and followership in that. So I think that virtuous circle is a really inspiring one to see.
One of the things from our industry, advertising is often a vehicle for greenwashing, where, for anyone who doesn't know, I assume you probably do, but, it's where somebody is touting their green credentials and isn't necessarily walking the walk, and it's more press release and fluff than substance.
Well, Vincent, I'm going to challenge you on that point.
Yes.
Okay, because first and foremost, when people talk about sustainable, advertising around sustainable products and services being greenwashing, everybody will know, we have the Advertising Standards Authority, the ASA. The ASA has probably got the strictest rules in the world about making environmental claims. So if you are, let's say you're looking to make, a bogus or fluffy or overgeneral environmental claim on the basis of something that is not really of any substance. First of all, every single environmental claim gets the scrutiny of all of, quite rightly, of all the activists and lobby groups and so on. So if people are watching like hawks, particularly what high carbon emitting companies are doing, they will complain. And if you've broken the rules, the ASA will in effect get you to withdraw the ad. But the reputational damage of that is because every time, and you'll have seen it many, many times, when the ASA publishes their rulings and they ask high-profile advertisers to withdraw advertising, it's the lead story in the newspapers, high profile in the papers. It's normally on the breakfast TV sofas. I've been on breakfast TV a number of times on precisely these issues. Is advertising being misleading? High-profile brands, So, complaints are upheld against it. So we have very, very strict rules. So if you look at some of the most recent complaints, they were about, I think one of them was innocent drinks, because they made an overly grandiose claim about their recycled plastic bottles, and had a complaint upheld about it, that it was that it wasn't precisely evidenced in the nature of that particular claim. So we've got very, very strict rules in place. So in paid advertising, it would be a foolhardy exercise to think that you're going to greenwash, because you will get pinged, and reputational damage. Some people might say, I've had this before saying, it doesn't really matter if you get a complaint upheld against you. If anybody's worked in an agency and had a client of theirs, which I've had a couple of times, have an ASA complaint upheld against you, all hell breaks loose. Because you get literally millions and millions of pounds of negative PR in the media. And it is a really important sanction, is the reputational damage for companies. Brands live, and their value is their reputation. If they have a complaint upheld against them for greenwashing, and recently Tesco have for a vague, what was considered too broad a claim. HSBC had a complaint against them. Those companies were very aggrieved about those complaints. But the ASA is an independent regulator. Whether they were overly zealous or not, I'm not going to comment. But it's very good we have got a very, very strict independent regulator. And they constantly look at the rules. They've just put out further guidance a couple of weeks ago about net zero claims and various other claims to make sure people are precise, don't overclaim, and that any claims they make are rooted in fact. So advertising can't be used for greenwashing without a complaint being upheld and the ad being withdrawn.
I'm very much reassured. No, it's great.
But there is still a perception that it's all greenwashing. We get criticised at Net Zero, it's just greenwashing. Well, it's not. We're taking responsibility for our industry in the way that every industry, if every industry takes responsibility around the world for its emissions, we don't have a problem. Yeah, it solves the problem. I've had many experts say, just get your house in order, because if you do, and they do, and they do, and they do, the world will be on the right path. So it is not greenwashing, but it's really important that we also recognise that our industry has tremendous power to affect change. There's a lot of focus on energy companies, and particularly around when they advertise their investment in sustainable energy. And it casts a very big shadow over the industry. A lot of column inches. I think Caroline Lucas was in the Eye this morning, I think, talking about it. If you look at the car industry, it spends way more than energy companies. 70% of the car advertising in the UK is for hybrids and EVs. Probably only about 1 in 6 car sales currently are hybrids and EVs. But the brands are, in effect, advertising the future of their business. So they're putting the bulk of their investment not in their petrol and diesel cars, and they've got to stop selling them in 7 years' time anyway, but they're putting their investment in hybrids, and then, of course, post-2030, it can only be EVs or hydrogen-fueled cars. So the future of, if you like, the big consumer of energy, the car industry, is changing before our very eyes. And I think that's one of the important things to remember, is our advertising is often ahead of the curve in terms of changing behaviour, and I think that car industry data is a really good indicator of that.
Great. I realise we're running slightly over time, but if you could give one piece of advice to the liars in the audience, the Love Island liars, about how they can accelerate their own sustainability strategy, what would it be? Well,
I'm going to ask for another little poll here, an honest poll. Who works in a company that has set its own sustainability agenda and pathway?
I should go. No, we did kind of.
Good, but that looks like most of you. Whose company has a green team in the company? I mean, that's really good. I'd say about half the audiences. It's first and foremost about your business. In your business, if your business hasn't set a sustainability strategy and identified a pathway to net zero, you question, the management or the ownership of that business, why they haven't. If there isn't a green team that's looking at making the tangible changes in the business, so everybody knows what they've got to do, establish one. I would point to something called Ad Net Zero Essentials, which is 6 hours of online learning with an exam at the end, so you get a certificate that you can do to learn about what you can do, not just with the Ad Net Zero program, although it uses that as the narrative, what you can do in your business to reduce the emissions in your day-to-day work. So I'd recommend you're all the sort of age cohort that should be doing that sort of thing and learning what do I do in my job to make a difference. So I'd recommend that. If you're any of you in companies that are members of Ad Net Zero, do you know? Great, that's really good to hear. If your company isn't, and it's primarily an advertising business, ask them to get in touch, because I think we're here to help. We're here to provide the tools and the training and the collaboration and the inspiration to accelerate the journey. And I think the final thing would be make it your job. The only way we're going to do it is that it's not trade bodies doing this or as big corporations doing it. It's everybody taking it on as part of their day job.
Fantastic. If you could give Stephen a warm round of applause, please. That was fantastic. Thank you for that. That was amazing. Thanks. Thank you. Okay, next up, we've got our panel. Tim will be moderating. I'll pass over to Tim. Do you need a clicker, or will I?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'll leave it here.
All right, thank you very much, Fiddy. This is our first panel of the day, and we are talking about how will ESG commitments impact media and marketing in 2023. So we've been chatting about this just outside, and in the prep for this event. And I think from discussions I've had, preparing for this event, and the guide's been a learning process for myself. But I've realized just how much ESG is a bit of a misunderstood term. I don't even know whether you can use it as a noun, as I do or not. But there's a lot of confusion about what's involved in it and how that feeds through to media and advertising and the relevance for media and advertising. So this panel is going to be trying to dig into it. Some of you will have an idea of what it is. Some of you might be making commitments around ESG already, but some of you will be starting from square one. So hopefully this panel will cater to all of you, covering the groundwork and then looking at how it's feeding through and is impacting and should be impacting media and advertising. But to start, I'll let my panelists introduce themselves. Dana, we'll start with you.
Good morning. Great to be here. I'm Dana. I am Chief Sustainability Officer for Virgin Media O2. Very happy to be here.
Hi, my name's Emma Newman and I'm the Chief Revenue Officer for Pubmatic.
Hi, I'm Andy Powell. I'm the founder of a company called Legacy Media. We are basically an ESG data company.
Lovely, thank you. So to start off with, the big question from the off is, what exactly is ESG? So Andy, we'll start with you because your whole company is based around this. So what exactly is ESG and what's its relevance for media and advertising?
Well, first of all, ESG stands for environmental, social and governance. So when you split that down, obviously you've got analysts that look at a company from an environmental point of view, and then from a social point of view, they can then split that into what does that company do for its employees, what does it do for the local community, and on the G side is how does that company govern itself. So what is the diversity of the board, how is their transparency in reporting, and how ethical they are.
So, like, what sorts of aspects, I mean, you went top level there, but like, what sorts of aspects come under ESG, like more broadly? What sort of things are considered when looking at ESG?
So ESG, I mean, it stems from the United Nations Paris Agreement in 2015, when they developed the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. Now, all of the circa 197 United Nations countries all adopted these goals. And when you hear people saying we want to hit these targets by 2030, that's what they're referring to. So what happened then is you've got Mark Carney, who's the UN envoy for these goals, who's obviously the ex-Bank of Canada, Bank of England, Schroders, etc. And from that, the global financial community then started to focus on companies with values and purpose, because ESG or Wall Street analysts were starting to look at companies individually, just outside of not just profit, but what's their long-term stakeholder value.
So just to recap, so ESG is basically at its core an investing principle. That's where it comes from. So why have investors started caring about all these things? Is it come from the goodness of their hearts, or does it come from something else? I mean, Dana, what do you think? Why do investors care about all this stuff for Virgin Media O2?
Well, let's start with believing in people and the goodness of people. I think a big part of it is also the urgency of the issue. However, it is from a risk management perspective that's really the driver. Investors are looking to safeguard their investments to make sure that, it's becoming a reality. Climate change is impacting supply chains, is impacting energy prices, and that comes with risk when it comes to investment opportunities. So a big driving force for it is risk management.
Maybe I'm not quite such a believer in people. I think they care about it because their customers care about it and their consumers care about it. And if they don't do what their customers and their consumers want, then they're going to go somewhere else and that's going to hit their bottom line. And I'm fine with that if that's the driver, because it will get us to our end goal. But I think we need to be realistic about what's really driving it at the moment.
But I think it's interesting that risk management bit, because I think that's what relates it back to, I mean, the driver money-wise maybe is the investment part, but ultimately it's investors saying that these things are risks, that if companies aren't on top of these things, that's a business risk. And so that kind of applies everywhere. It doesn't matter whether you're looking for investment or not, because the principle is that if you're not on top of these things, that presents a risk to your business. So that's kind of the high-level theoretical stuff, but I want to have a look a bit about what that means, just because obviously this isn't a media and advertising specific thing. So just for the business generally, what does it mean when you want to start getting on top of ESG? Emma, what does it mean to a company like Pubmatic?
So we think about it in three ways, really, which is, first of all, about DE&I, so diversity, equity and inclusion, and are we running our organisation as a diverse and inclusive workplace? And there's lots of things that we've done to try and improve that, mostly by listening to our employees, because actually they're the people living, you know, the experience. So listen to your employees, hear about what they're saying, do things to improve that experience. The other thing really is around sustainability. So, you know, are we running our business? And we're a media tech company, so, you know, we have an impact on the environment, mostly through our data centres, in fact. So our biggest impact from a carbon footprint perspective is around running our data centres. So we took the decision to move all of our data centres that we own onto renewable energy, which actually costs us more money. So back to your point, you know, this isn't always about us having a better bottom line, it's about doing the right thing.
Yes.
So actually investing in renewable energy for the data centres we own is more expensive, but it's the right thing to do. And then the other thing that we look at from a ESG perspective is really looking at being part of a responsible media supply chain. So the world that we live in is brand, agency, DSP, SSP, publisher, and there's many others involved in that as well. But, you know, are we driving and helping to drive the most responsible media supply chain possible?
We're going to dig into that bit more specifically later on, because I think that's one of the big impact for media and advertising, and sort of filtering through how that affects where the money goes is a big aspect. But Dana, I'd like to hear as well for Virgin Media O2, you know, top level, what have been your company's priorities around ESG?
For us, I mean, we're a telco organization, and a big focus has been pure carbon reduction. The network is our biggest impact, and zooming in on that has been kind of a huge focus for us as a business, but also our customers' carbon impact is a factor. And so a big target for us is to go net zero by 2040 across our entire value chain, and that includes suppliers like yourselves, but also enable our customers using tech to reduce their own carbon footprint. A second focus for us is e-waste. In the sector, that's a massive issue. It's a huge monster of a problem. We are trying to zoom in on what really is material for us as a telco provider, and that is handsets. How do we make second-hand handsets desirable, attractive, and how do we make them the norm? The latest and the greatest devices have been pushed by the industry for the longest time, and now we recognize we created a problem. And so now the focus is really how do we make sure we have the right processes in place to recycle and reuse, but also how do we work with customers to encourage them to buy second-hand devices. And then the third piece, which is around connectivity, which is our core business. Data poverty has become a massive issue with the cost of living crisis, and a lot of people are experiencing issues to access to data. And so we've launched last year the National Data Bank, which is sort of a food bank, but for data, where we give people around the UK who are vulnerable customers experiencing poverty of any kind access to free data. This has been a huge focus for us in our Christmas campaign last year, as we wanted to really be grounded on the real issues that the country is facing. And then a foundational element that goes across all of that for us is just doing our business the right way, making sure we are operating in a way where we are causing no harm. And for me, that's what ESG really is in its purest form. How do we make sure we have the right governance processes in place and policies to ensure that we are causing no harm to the environment and to society? And that includes a huge focus on making sure our business is diverse and inclusive, and our people are feeling accepted and they belong to a company that accepts them for who they are.
So from both of these examples, it's really clear that obviously carbon emissions reduction is a part of it, but by no means the entire story. And Andy, I wanted to talk to you because you mentioned the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, and I suggest people check them out. They're easy to find online. But when you look at these goals, they can be a bit daunting from a business perspective from the off, because the first one I think is maybe end poverty or end hunger. Those are the first two, I think. And then there's a lot of stuff that might seem a bit like, well, how can I make a difference on those things through my business? But the UN is clear that these things are applicable for businesses, and there are resources online you can check out for their thoughts around that. And as you say, these things are part of the ESG framework. But can you talk a little bit about, how can something like ending poverty, I mean, actually, Darnett already talked to us a little bit about that, but, if you're not a telco that can do that same exact initiative, how can you think about something like ending poverty or ending hunger from a business perspective?
So using hedge fund managers' thoughts in terms of how they're going to future invest. So there's a couple of Artemis, they've got I think it's a $10 billion sustainability hedge fund. Now, it's not just sustainability, because I think one of the issues we have as an industry, as we were talking about earlier, is the industry is just so focused on the E, and specifically carbon, where we're not focusing on the S and the G. Because if we've got a myopic view, just to carbon, which is obviously a huge mitigating factor for everything, what are we doing for society and government? So using the SDGs, if you are looking to invest billions of dollars of your clients' money, you want to start finding products that are going to solve those issues. So, for instance, you might look at the electric vehicle market, which that's a key part of it. But you might look for technology that's going to aid, say, for instance, if someone wants to become a doctor in a third world country, rather than them go to a first world country to become a doctor, and they probably reside, they can actually have a video tech to learn in their country, and by having better education will lead to better infrastructure, better medical care, helping towards the goals such as zero poverty. So all of these things interlink. So you have that sort of focus of going, we'll use the SDGs as framework, and what we can do from that framework is invest in those future companies. But at the same time, the bigger companies, the established companies now, you can actually see via the ESG analysts how they're scoring, and you can use that as data for your anecdotal reports, and you can then work out who you're going to be investing with in the long term.
So we've made a point already that all of the Sustainable Development Goals in some way could be applicable to any company in this room. But I want to look at, because you can kind of have a positive slant on this, of these opportunities for a business to try and do some good in the world. So I'm curious, are there any aspects of ESG which we as the media and advertising industry are actually well placed to start good initiatives around or make good progress on? Emma, perhaps?
Yeah, I think if I think about advertising, so I love advertising. I've been in the advertising industry for probably, I'm looking at the audience, before some of you were alive, right? So, not you, Hitesh. And I think advertising has look, there's been some accusations levied at advertising as an industry which are probably well-founded, and a lot of trust has been lost in advertising generally across the board. But if you think about what advertising can change society, advertising for good can change the way that people think, the way they behave, what they do, what they buy. And so I think that there is a huge opportunity for the advertising industry collectively to come together and go, actually, how do we help, back to your point about buying secondhand, how do we help change what aspirational looks like for consumers? So, back in the day, it was all about who had the biggest car and the flashiest watch and, the biggest house and the swimming pool, and all, like keeping up with the Joneses, but kind of on speed, right? So how do we take the power of the industry that we work in to really change what aspirational looks like, to, really change that actually buying secondhand is cool, okay? It doesn't mean that you're not wealthy and you're, and all of those things, which is apparently what people want to aspire to. Actually, buying secondhand is cool. And if you go to a generation that's younger than, if I think about my son and his generation, they're in their late teens, early 20s, they want to buy Patagonia because it's a cool brand to buy, because they are doing the right thing for the world. And I think that that's what advertising as an industry can actually really drive. And I think that ticks many of the boxes.
I think the way I think of, I think the advertising sector, it's not the only one to blame, but it played a role in creating an image problem for climate change, meaning we've focused for the longest time on the fear side of the equation and the doom and gloom side of the equation, which is an important piece of it for sure, but it's not working anymore. And it's not giving us the results that we're hoping to see and the behavior change. And now perhaps it's time to focus on what the future could look like if we do the right thing. And I think the advertising industry, as the storytellers, have the power to do that, get us to focus on the opportunities, on what we can do, and get people to feel empowered. Because I think what's happening now with showing the polar bear image, which a lot of people associate with climate change, and I understand climate change, aesthetically speaking, is not the most, it's not the easiest concept to portray visually from an advertising perspective, and that's why the polar bear is probably the most associated image with climate change. However, the concept now, we need to move it from, I think we're creating apathy at this point, and we need to move the dialect or the dialogue to opportunities, and how can we empower people to feel like they want to be part of that change, and advertising has a huge, huge power to do that.
If I can just build on that, and I think that's a really valid point, right? So when all of the messaging around climate change, and we're talking about climate change specifically, has been about, the ice caps or the rainforests or whatever it may be, and that's too far away for people to really get their head around. It's just like, oh yeah, I know the rainforest is dying, okay, but and now I'm going to go back to my, my daily life. You have to make it personal, and I think advertising has a really good opportunity to bring it home. Because it's only when you bring it home that you're really going to drive change. Talking about the rainforest, yes, I know it's there and it's in the back of my mind. Is it really changing what I do on a day-to-day basis? Probably not. Bring it home and then it will change how we behave.
I want to look as well a bit at the areas where maybe media and advertising businesses tend to struggle with ESG. Andy, maybe I'll come to you for this one because you see the data and how these companies are rated. So are there areas generally where companies in media and advertising tend to get dock points when they're being rated by ESG standards companies?
Well, the good news is if you work for one of the 6 global networks, you're a PLC, you have ESG ratings already. And to be fair, there are, I won't say who they are, ask me afterwards, there are networks that perform very well, and there are other networks that perform good. No one's actually performing badly from a network point of view. We are too focused just on the environment. We now need to move on to the S and the G. And you have to understand that what you do, 99.9% of your investment supply chain, if you work for a media network or any media agency, is with media owners. So if you invest with a poorly rated media owner or media platform, that is going to directly affect your own ESG score going forward. So it's like, so I use an example. The chairman of Mercedes-Benz about 12 months ago at an MSCI conference stated that if you don't have a good 12-month ESG plan, you will no longer be considered part of our supply chain. So he was talking about in generalisation in terms of steel companies, glass manufacturers, etc., for the vehicles, but also the millions or billions of pounds that these car manufacturers spend on advertising to sell a dream. So if you're investing their money, that's going to affect them because that's part of their supply chain. More importantly as well, or just as important, is your own company's focus on ESG because you are predominantly scored on where you are investing.
So this is where it gets interesting, is the supply chain aspect and where we're investing our advertising spend. Dana, I'd like to hear from you about Virgin Media O2. How do you think about ESG in terms of how that affects the advertising side of things for you?
I mean, there are 2 sides to it. One is pure Scope 3 emissions. our supply chain represents the biggest aspect of our emissions, and also it's the hardest to control because it's not within our control, it's within the control of our suppliers. And so we cannot achieve our net zero target unless our suppliers do. And so that has become a huge factor in who are the suppliers that we choose and we work with. And similarly to what you said, it does sometimes lead to saying maybe that's not the right supplier that needs to be part of our supply chain. So that's keeping your house in order sort of side of it. But then there's the other side of it is the macro environment in which we're operating and the kind of challenges we're seeing from an environmental perspective, from a social perspective, and our role as a big employer, as a big operator in contributing to solving those. While I don't believe companies can do it all and can solve all the global challenges, but we do have some issues that we can zoom in on, and e-waste for us is material because we are contributing to the problem, and so it is our responsibility to tackle it, and that comes from really being clear about the consequences that your business are creating, whether intended and unintended. And then that leads us to thinking about what are the programs, what are the initiatives, what are the products and services that we want to launch in the market to tackle some of these issues. And that's, as I mentioned, led us to focus, in our case, on data poverty. Last Christmas, as I mentioned, one of our biggest Christmas campaigns focused on data poverty, and all our media spend for Christmas went into that. And that's because, as I said, cost of living has made it very clear there's a data poverty issue that we as VMO2 can contribute to. So just going back to the question, the macro level, the macro environment and the global challenges and local challenges, or even on a national level we're facing, are very much influencing the kind of products and services we're putting out in the market and the kind of ads we're putting out in the market.
So I'm interested because, Andy, you say that this should be directing where ad spend is going, but to what extent is it at the moment? Do you think brands and agencies are quite switched on to this in terms of, we need to be aware of our own ESG score, so we need to be making sure we're investing in media companies that score well themselves. Is that happening yet, or do you think it's something that will start happening?
At the moment, the answer is no.
Okay.
But it's starting to gain traction. We're talking to some very big suppliers of the media, spenders in the media industry, so they're now catching on to the fact that their clients are now asking them, their C-suite board is asking the marketing directors about, where are you investing our money, in our budgets, and where, because we need to see what that is, how that affects our own supply chain. So yes, the industry is definitely geared up to it. There are some better than others. So I think there's a really, have to give Sky and the likes of JC Decaux a big shout out, and Virgin as well, because they've all got very good scores from an ESG point of view. So we're at the start, but I think because obviously by 2025, the financial investment community will be a third of the world's assets under management will be under an ESG lens. That's $53 trillion of assets. So we definitely will be joining that because the financial community are obviously there already.
So Emma, I'd like to hear what this means for a company like Pubmatic, because obviously it's a bit of a different proposition for you compared to a brand or an agency where you're saying, okay, we want to put our money with this publisher or whatever. You're kind of in that part of the supply chain. So what's the opportunity for a company like Pubmatic around sort of that direction of where media spend goes?
So I think first and foremost, I haven't, probably for the last 2 years, received an RFI from a customer, be that a brand or an agency, and I'm looking at Dave now because he's looking directly at me, that hasn't had an extensive list of questions around, our predominantly sustainability efforts. So, and I think that's been going on now for at least a couple of years. So we spend an awful lot of time doing that. I would slightly argue your point, which is we don't, because we're part of the supply chain, that we can't control where the spend goes. So if I go back to the S part of ESG, obviously worrying about society is really important, right? It's something that probably is overlooked a little bit because we're focusing on the E so much. But if you think about responsible journalism, so if you think about society and you think about some of the situations we found ourselves in over the last couple of years, it's predominantly driven by a lack of responsible journalism or a lack of access to responsible journalism. And that's because actually to run a responsible media owner, be a responsible publisher, it's actually quite expensive. You know, you've got to pay your journalists and you've got to pay your fact checkers and you've got to do all of these things. But, you know, it's vital to society that everyone has access to that type of content. And so we are working with our brands and our agencies to help funnel that spend to responsible publishers. Because if you don't, and you know, only the wealthy can access that kind of content, then frankly, we've got a big problem. And we've seen that played out, you know, certainly more in the distant past, or the most future past, rather. And so actually, no, we don't necessarily control where the spend goes, but we do work in partnership with our brands and our agencies to help them to spend their money in a responsible way.
Yeah, I'd like to just add to that. I think that's an absolute key point, especially the social side. You look at, you know, you can look at car crash content that some social media platforms push up just to monetize us, and obviously, you know, and diversify. Sorry, and divisive. But the problem there is that they also suppress quality journalism. Now, if you look at, you know, the likes of the Molly Russell case and how, you know, those platforms were actually culpable in her death. That's a serious situation with society. Now, if you look at the data, looking at, say, responsible journalism versus social media platforms, you'll see there's quite a gulf there from a human rights and supply chain point of view. So that's the sort of data and understanding you can actually start to see going, actually, this is now validated by Wall Street ESG analysts globally about these businesses, and you need to start focusing accordingly, as you're saying, doing the right thing and making sure you're investing with the right professional journalism.
So I want to look at sort of the measurement aspect of this in terms of, you know, it's one thing to want to work with only partners that have good ESG scores, but I mean, well, I guess first off, start on just the publisher side. Like, is it that easy to get data on publishing partners and, you know, broadcasters or those types of companies on their ESG scores at the moment?
Yes,
it is.
It is.
How can we do that?
Well, not to self-promote myself by legacy, we have the data across. If you took it from a UK point of view, we cover 95% of all spend. So you're covering everything from all social media platforms to TV to radio to out of home, etc., etc. So it's covered, and it's not ourselves pulling the data. It's consensus data as well, so it's validated, it's robust, and it's the same data that's used by the financial global community.
But what about in, say, like a programmatic supply chain where there's lots of different companies involved in that? How easy is it to get a sense of the ESG scores of all those different companies?
I'll tell you how not easy it is.
Okay.
I was just talking to Emma about this. I sit sometimes working with, you know, MIQ, and looking at domain names and finding out who and these domain names are linked to certain companies. That's quite a task when you're, we've been trying to find a quicker way, but I don't think there is. And I think I'm going to talk to Emma after this about it too, because hopefully you've got a quicker way of doing it, or so, because I don't think I can spend any more nights on a Saturday trying to trawl through.
Do you know, it's actually very difficult, and I would ask the publishers to help us to help them to, you know, not go all Jerry Maguire on everybody, but like help me to help you, because actually they don't really make this data that available.
No.
We wanted to help a buyer direct some spend to minority-owned publishers. It's almost impossible to find out who they are.
Really?
Yeah.
And you know, and that's a real challenge. So the will is there, the money is there, the desire is there. So you've got to kind of help us a little bit, to be honest.
Yeah. So I want to look as well in terms of like when the data is there. What's the state of the market at the moment in terms of, you know, do you find a lot of your partners are already sort of on some kind of journey around ESG, making commitments, making progress, or are we in a place where you kind of look at your partner's data and it's very much square one for them? I mean, Emma, what are you seeing at the moment?
I would say that pretty much everyone that we talk to is, first of all, understands the need and has started the journey. I don't know whether we are going fast enough. I think we're probably not, to be honest. But part of this is about there's a lack of accessibility to standardized data, reporting, measurement. I did some research to look for a company that could potentially measure carbon output of campaigns. And there's about 27 of them, and each of them has a different methodology. And so that makes it really difficult. So I think that as we think about the next 12 months, we're going to have to start to see some consolidation in those areas. Because without consistency, you're not going to know your ass from your elbow, basically.
That's a good point. The correlation between certain ESG companies as well. If you just look at, there is about 5 years ago, the correlation between the two biggest is the MSCI and Sustainalytics was around about a third correlation. Now it's around about 8%. Because it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, the pool. So you need consensus data, which, again, not trying to self-promote, but Legacy has, to bring that together. So I think that's something that myself and Emma could talk about after this, about how we can, as a view for the industry, how we can work together.
Dana, just on that one around what you're seeing in the market, do you find a lot of the companies you talk to are making progress on this sort of stuff?
2/3 of the global economy is represented by net zero targets now, and it's including the world's biggest emitters. I mean, that speaks volumes as to how these issues are now front and center for a lot of, on an economy level, but also the companies as well are facing regulatory pressure. We're seeing that increasing more and more every year, even in the advertising side of things. I mean, we've seen last year Ofcom took down some ads because of greenwashing claims. The FCA, the Financial Conduct Authority, is launching this year a regulation focused on green claims of financial products and the way they're advertised. And so we're seeing regulation really kicking in to zoom in on the ESG claims in advertising. So definitely ESG commitments, we're seeing them being louder and more vocal and more visible by companies, but also at the same time we're seeing regulation coming in very strongly to make sure that greenwashing is under control. And so, yeah, so definitely there's two sides of that equation. There's the loud and clear and vocal goals, but also balancing that with making sure greenwashing is under control.
Just to add to the regulation part, regulation on ESG is going to be so important this year. So you have SFDR for the UK, which is Sustainable Financial Disclosure Regulation, which is backed by the FSA, Financial Service Authority, to basically demonstrate that if you're a private company, but you turn over X millions or billions in terms of revenue, and you have a employee team of say 100 plus, you have to now, from the 1st of January this year, you now have to start disclosing what your ESG commitments are. If you don't, then the financial community is not going to see you as a viable investment going forward. So you need to start communicating. It just starts simply from your website. What are you doing? What is your values and purposes to make good change?
So I guess just this isn't my last question, but a bit of a wrap up for it. I want to know where we're at the moment in terms of, do you think companies that have made progress on ESG that are ahead of the curve, are we at a state yet where they're kind of rewarded for that? I mean, obviously the overall impact for people on the planet is the major reward, but are we at a point where sort of on the business side, you see the benefits for being ahead of the curve on ESG and for having made progress on this?
Yeah, sorry, after you. Oh, sorry. So in terms of being able to monitor it, you can now go onto Telmar, and where you're on Media Planner and you want to look at it from a holistic point of view, going, right, okay, well, who am I going to invest with, or how am I going to reach my target audience for my client? So coverage and frequency, my gross ratings points, but now there's an ESG score against all of the media suppliers. So you can now actually, it's weighted at the bottom, so who you spend with, you're now trying to work out, going, right, okay, I want to get the most GRPs I can for my client, but also want to balance that with the right ESG weighted average too. So the tools are there to use, so that's how we can start to shift change in terms of where money is. And just to go back to your point in terms of, those who have focused on it, so, again, I was at Sky and JC&Co, they should actually be rewarded for actually, they are making a difference, not just the environment, but what they're doing for their employees and how they're governing themselves. So they should certainly be rewarded, and everyone should use them as barometer in terms of what good looks like, because they're being rewarded with their ESG scores.
And the reward and accolade space of ESG is definitely increasing more. I mean, there's so many different awards and recognitions, and I mean, I'm proud of the work we've been doing at VMO too, because we've been lucky to win a few awards in this area, but that's just one piece of the equation. There are other ways where companies are being recognized for their ESG performance. In our case, our B2B customers are choosing to work with us because of our ESG credentials, because as I said, we are a supplier to them. They cannot achieve their net zero targets if we don't have our house in order. Another piece of this is there is a research that was published recently on conscious quitting, which is quite an interesting let's say, follow-up from quiet quitting. It shows that 2 in 3 Gen Z employees are choosing to quit from their companies because of the lack of clear ESG targets and purpose. And so I think we need to define what recognition looks like within the ESG space, and look at how, when companies that have their ESG credentials, their ESG credentials are strong, that results in them outperforming in the market. During the pandemic, companies that had strong ESG credentials outperformed when the rest of the market was practically dying. And so definitely recognition, redefining it, I think, and looking at it differently is key here.
I think it's too early to tell. So I think that there's lots of awards and accolades and maybe short-term return. I think that the real proof of the pudding is when you start to look at the value of these organisations that do invest in ESG over the longer term. So I guess a correlation for me is brand versus performance advertising, and when you're in a difficult economic situation, it's always the brand advertising that tends to get cut before the performance advertising does, because you're going for short-term return. But I mean, there are so many studies. Les Binet does a fantastic study with the IPA that shows that those brands that consistently invested in branding marketing versus performance marketing, beyond just the moment that you're in, consistently outperform in terms of long-term company value. And I think that, yes, we are seeing short-term rewards for those companies, but I'm more interested in what does the long-term look like.
So just to wrap up quickly, this conversation, I imagine, could be quite overwhelming if this is all completely new to you and you're like, okay, I've got to go home or go back to the office and figure out how to end poverty. So what is like the first steps for a company that's like, okay, I'm convinced I need to make progress on this, but we've never talked about this at my company before. What's the kind of kickoff? How do you start on that journey?
I think just start by just understanding the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. There's 17 there, and they give a clear indication of what we do. And just start with your website, start talking about what your purpose and values are as a business, because it goes on to the points raised about Gen Z. They only want to work for businesses that have got society at the core and environment. So, firstly look at the SDGs. Talk about what you're doing for your local community, regardless of how the size of you, and just start to just talk about. Also, read books such as Net Positive by Paul Pullman and Andrew Winston. So Paul Pullman was the ex-global CEO of Unilever, and he took Unilever back from, I think it was about 2008, from short-term shareholder value to long-term stakeholder value. And I had a discussion with a friend of mine who used to run another big conglomerate company, and he said to me, oh, why should I only want to care about ROI for my client? I said, well, here is the share price and the equity price between Unilever and this other one, and you can see it over the last 3 years how the gap is there in terms of the equity price and the value. So going back to the branding point of view, it's key, and it's, you know, all the evidence is there. You only have to look at some Bloomberg charts to understand it. So yeah, and also just be good. Yeah, just do the right thing. It's not hard.
I think that it can be overwhelming, and I think you can often feel as though you're just in it by yourself. So you're sort of sitting there in your little bubble and having a slight panic. So I would say, certainly if you're in the industry that I'm in, like, become a group, part of a group like AdNet Zero, for example, because then you'll start to see that there's, you know, a lot of people are talking about the same things that you're talking about, are worrying about the same things that you're worrying about. There's lots of people who are a bit further on the journey than you are. Then you can take some, you know, very practical ideas from, and maybe start by joining. I mean, there are plenty of groups out there, but, you know, we're part of AdNet Zero, and I would thoroughly recommend, if you're part of the advertising industry, join AdNet Zero, and I think that will give you a good starting point.
Don, how about you?
I think there's no greater time to focus on this, because I'm sure for all of us, when we started working in this space, I started working in this when ESG was essentially donations and sponsorships, and now we've really moved along, and so it is actually, starting now is the best time, because there's so much support out there. But if I were to zoom in on one area that is a practical advice, I would say ESG reporting is a great place to start. I know it's boring and it's not the glamorous side of ESG, but it really helps in defining your material issues, understanding your stakeholders and how your business is impacting and touching every single one of them, not just shareholders. And so ESG reporting, I think, is a great place to start, to just begin to understand the big picture of the business from an ESG standpoint.
And I think, to your point, it's actually not as scary as people think, right? So I was banging on about our Scope 3 emissions. So I convinced the organisation that we should try and measure the UK business Scope 3 emissions. And, you know, you kind of be careful what you wish for kind of thing. So they said, yeah, all right, off you go. I was like, oh, okay then. And after I'd gotten over the rabbit in the headlights situation and worked with a great organisation, and actually it's not as difficult as you think it's going to be. It just requires a bit of time and effort and commitment. But it's definitely worth it. So I would also say that I think that sometimes we blow this out of proportion in terms of how difficult some of this stuff is. You just have to start.
Just have to get on with it.
Yeah.
We are out of time, I'm afraid, but that was a great discussion, so thank you very much to all of our panellists. Thank you very much. Thank you. I am going to be staying with you as we come to our next panel. So as we chatted about there, sustainability goes beyond carbon emissions, but obviously carbon emissions is a big part of it. And part of the discussion there was around the fact that it's difficult to do. And we mentioned the need for standardization. So that's conveniently what we're coming on to now. So we're going to take a look at how it's done. Also, I was aware in that chat there were maybe some terms that came up around carbon measurement that might be unclear to some of you, so that will get cleared up now as well. So to start off with, I'll let my new panellists introduce themselves.
Hi everyone, I'm Anne Coughlin. I'm one of the co-founders and COO of a company called Scope 3.
Hello, I'm Laura Wade and I'm Head of Sustainability at Essence Mediacom.
Hi there, I'm Russell Foxley from The Guardian, Data Innovation Specialist.
So, as I say, we're going to come on to sort of issues around standardization of measuring carbon emissions, but to start off with, like, this is kind of something that's new for a lot of companies. It's not part of your business. You've suddenly got to start measuring how much your greenhouse gas emissions across what can be quite a complicated business. And maybe we'll start with you, just in terms of we mentioned the term Scope 3 a lot, and that's obviously the name of your company. But maybe could you just talk us through that sort of framework of the different areas of emissions that any company should be measuring when they want to measure their emissions?
Yeah, so just a really brief background around Scope 3. We started the company last year to try and help the industry decarbonise. And we started by creating an emissions model to do just that, help with measurement of carbon emissions. There are lots of different frameworks out there, and I think at some point during the previous panel there was discussion about just how many there are and how difficult it is to kind of get your bearings in terms of what you're actually measuring. The way we at Scope 3 think about it are kind of in three main buckets across all digital and non-digital channels, and we focus really on one of those three areas. So those areas are media production, media distribution, and then disposal. Disposal kind of doesn't necessarily factor into every single channel, but if you think about disposal of kind of physical assets at the end. When you think about the media distribution portion of the advertising ecosystem, we're really talking about the product, the asset being the ad space that you're buying as a buyer on ultimately a website such as The Guardian, and thinking about all of the emissions that go into the distribution, the production there. So first of all, how does the supply chain work? All the different components and parties involved in that, which is really complicated, especially in the digital ecosystem, when you're thinking about the number of players involved in the ad decisioning process. You can think about that as the hundreds of different computers and servers located often all over the world that send each other tiny pieces of information, and those computers are powered by our electricity grids, and as we know, those electricity grids are not green. And so there is a little bit of electricity used every single time the ad decisioning process gets fired up, and that really, really adds up. So our model helps to provide a really granular view on that digital advertising ecosystem.
Great. So it'd be great to hear from both of you about what carbon measurement looks like for your companies at the moment. So Laura, we'll start with you.
Yeah. So it is complicated, but it also isn't, which is not a very useful response. But what I would say is, so our data is aggregated at the holding group level, but fundamentally it's everything that you spend, your procurement, your finance. If you look at that, everything that you spend has a carbon price attached to it. So with Scope 1 and Scope 2, that's your operational costs in terms of your energy, so your electricity, your gas, and anything that you physically own, so your company cars. For us, that's about 2% of our carbon footprint. The 98% of the rest of our carbon footprint is our Scope 3. And the majority of that is at the media that we plan and place on behalf of our clients. So around 54% of our carbon footprint is the media that we plan and buy. And then the second highest within our Scope 3 is production, which is 14%. So you can see suddenly why we have focused on media decarbonisation as a key commitment, because we have science-based targets where we've committed operationally to be net zero by 2025. So that needs a sort of an 84% reduction of Scope 1 and Scope 2. And then we want to be net zero by 2030, which is a reduction of 50%. And therefore, the fact that media is such a large part of our Scope 3 means that we need to understand the granularity of that and how we reduce that. And I think that's the biggest challenge. It's Scope 3 is where the granularity is missing in the consistency of data. But that's something that we can all work towards. But we all should know our numbers. We should all commit to science-based targets. And yeah, if you know what you're spending your money on, you can calculate it.
Russell, how about you? What does carbon measurement look like for The Guardian?
So yeah, I'll go back to your first point that it's extremely complicated and challenging, and our specialism is journalism, not carbon auditing. So we worked with a consultancy to figure out, the starting points, the scope of what we're going to measure, and we've been on a journey for several years to do this. So I think we've got some of the most ambitious targets to deliver 60% reduction, and we're already on track to do that. But the way we're doing that is gradually increasing the scope. So to begin with, we know that our physical production of papers accounts for 70% of our carbon emissions. So we're looking how we can reduce that. But then in other areas, as you broaden it out, things like the programmatic supply chain is horrendous. So we're working out how do you reduce the number of partners you work with, how do you shorten that supply chain, and sort of take it from there, really.
I mean, you mentioned difficulty with programmatic. Maybe just like be good to hear from all of you, like what are the general, we'll talk about standardization in a bit, but what are the general challenges when it comes to just getting on top of making those initial carbon calculations? Laura, how about you? What are the big challenges for?
I think the big challenges are that you need data to understand the carbon footprint within your supply chain. So I think the big challenge, I think the IAB readiness report sort of shared that sort of only 50% of ad tech and publishers had any visibility on their own carbon emission. So that's why you have companies like Scope 3 that have got the expertise in modelling to be able to supply that data. So for us, it's the transparency and people knowing their carbon emissions. And I think the other probably really big challenge is that our whole industry, including programmatic, have been built against metrics that not once thought about sustainability or environmental or social impact. We've created a sort of a bank of metrics that are all based on success, that are based on cost or efficiency. But that's not necessarily energy efficiency, that's targeting efficiency. And so you need to start looking, to make any real impact, what you need to do is make sure you have a look holistically at your supply chain. And you need to just be curious and learn what you need to dial up and dial down, because what can happen is you might think you changed something over here in the supply chain, but all you're doing is pushing that data intensity down onto another partner, and that carbon is still sitting in your supply chain. So again, it's being open-minded, but also being really clear on sort of the transparency of your supply chain and having that, which is why supply path optimization is so critical, and also working and collaborating with partners.
And Scope 3 exists, like Laura said, to help make this a bit easier. But from your point of view, like how, what are the challenges around carbon measurement? How easy is it for your company to go and solve that problem?
Yeah, so I think, so firstly, having more and more data being provided by companies like The Guardian, Axel Springer at the publisher source in terms of what they're doing from a sustainability perspective. So there are really good sustainability reports out there that can help us to model, like, what does a publisher look like? What does an SSP look like? What does a DSP look like? How does a supply chain kind of fit together? Using a lot of public and private data sources that make it, possible for us to be able to model and then give the data back to agencies, brands and publishers to start to streamline and improve. If you can't measure anything, you can't make changes. And so being able to provide a data set that has over kind of 2 million domains in it, that means that decisions can start to be made. And I think what's important is starting to show the good actors, the people that are making efforts in this space, so that we can see economic reasons and not just sustainability reasons for making these changes. I think to Laura's point, when we created this digital advertising ecosystem, we created all of these metrics and all of these ways of working that didn't think about the environment at all. And the difference here is that we can measure the amount of carbon that's in the atmosphere, and we know that there's a difference between what we're reporting as a globe and what the scientists can see. And so it's working out ways of making there to be a business incentive to measure, to reduce, so that we can kind of drive this forward. And it's not just about the industry. It's kind of the one, we talk about other advertising metrics like viewability, and that's great. Like, my mum doesn't care about viewability, but she probably does care about the climate crisis facing this planet.
I mean, one of the challenges that we had is that you can do your own investigations into your own Scope 1 and Scope 2, but most people's biggest output is Scope 3. So you start asking your partners, can we have a look at your targets? Can we have a look at your numbers and reports? I think we asked 10 preferred partners who I won't name. Only one of them came back and said, here's all the data you want. So everyone has to start, it's cliched, but you have to start with yourself so that it actually can start to be some communal data that we can all work towards, because otherwise you just it's chicken and egg. We can't do much more in the supply chain until other people can start providing those numbers to us.
Yeah, and to the Microsoft sustainability report, I think last year is a good example of that, where their Scope 3 emissions number went up. But it went up for two reasons. One is they saw increased sales, but two, they surveyed more suppliers and more suppliers got back to them, which is actually a really good sign that we are getting to the point of being able to measure. And the more measurement for us, selfishly, it helps inform our open source model.
I just think there needs to be some honesty about that, because numbers are going to go up for the next few years as people learn more and, like you said, can partner with more people and we can get more data, but no one wants their numbers to go up. So, let's just be a little bit humble and say, okay, fine, it's going to be challenging in the first few years, but it's better to start now rather than delay.
So I think this is really where the standardization bit comes in. So obviously, to start, like we're saying, there's a lack of reporting in the first place, a lack of that data available from a lot of companies. But then, the question is how important is it that we're standardized in this? Because companies go and are trying to figure out, okay, what's my footprint? There's the chicken and egg problem, as you described, but still kind of looking at what we know, add it all up. This is the number we get. Is it that big a problem if companies are just doing that the best as they can, or is standardization that vital for this? Laura?
We need standardisation because this isn't about fudging the numbers for a post-campaign analysis or for getting your bonus for your quarter. This is genuinely whether we decide if our industry is fit for purpose for a net zero society, because if we keep going along the path that we are going along, we are going to only be a contributor to carbon. We need standardisation so that we can actually take meaningful reduction. There is a cost to carbon, and the cost is much greater than the $100 that we would look to, put against it. The cost is the quality of life for us and for our children, and basically this isn't a climate crisis, this is a humanitarian crisis. So this is probably the first time our industry has actually had to put its head above the parapet and think about the work that we do in terms of the bigger impact that this is going to contribute in humanity's history. So yes, we need standardisation. Because we need to meaningfully reduce the carbon that we are producing.
I'm going to try and spark a little bit of debate.
Good, go for
we'll
it.
See how it goes. So personally, I think it's better to have the right standards from the beginning. I don't know how you sit on this, because I think I understand both sides of the argument. It's better to have something and go from there. But The Guardian recently did a piece of investigative journalism with some partners and found that the world's biggest carbon creditor, 90% of that was rubbish. They're basically overinflating the credits, trying to sell them off, and it was effectively redundant. So you've now got all these companies in the world who are claiming that they're carbon neutral, net zero, pick your reference, and actually it's not true. So that time, money and effort could have been spent doing the right thing.
Yeah.
And I think I've sparked an argument.
So, no, you haven't, because the reason it's a problem is because you're looking at offsetting versus reduction, and that's the whole point, isn't it? We need the focus is there's no quick win, and actually I heard a scientist say carbon neutral is basically saying you're meh about the climate crisis because you're neutral about it, and actually that's not good enough. We need real reduction, and you can only do that with actually incorporation.
No carbon offsetting, which is ambitious.
Well, I think that's something as part of defining what the standards is. So there's the standards for measurement.
Yes.
So how do we measure? What do we include? What's in our boundary? So I was talking earlier about kind of the different types of media and media distribution, media production. Like everyone should align on when I'm talking about media. Distribution, I include or I don't include the consumer device. And, there's a Group M framework, there's the SRI framework, there's the DIMPACT framework, and they kind of, all of them agree on 2 out of the 3 of all the different things. So we need to decide on a standard for measurement. Then we need to decide, when everyone's starting to report on stuff, what do we do about renewable energy credits? So can someone say that they're net zero even if they have lots and lots of servers and they're just buying like a credit to produce energy elsewhere? Similarly for offsets, what type of offsets can you say? Like I'm just going to on a balance sheet put all my offsets and then it says 0 at the bottom, or can I say that I'm doing this to provide regeneration and things like that, but they have to be high quality, etc. And that's kind of almost an aside. I think these are the questions that we need to agree on and align on as an industry to get to the outcome, which is our industry needs to be effective, and to Laura's point, it needs to be contributing to this new society that we're trying to reimagine.
Yeah, no, I would agree with all of that. I was just trying to...
Not
going to work.
Back myself into a corner. Yeah.
Well, so how's that sort of conversation around standardization going at the moment? Because you've outlined these are the things we need to agree on. Is that happening? Are we having those conversations? Are we coming to agreements around those things?
I'd say slowly. We were thinking about this the other day, and I think there are so many trade bodies and working groups effectively overlapping and trying to do different things, which is good that everyone is making a start. But I think it's actually, if you take a step back, it is more joined up than you might think. So, the AOP knows what IAB Europe is doing, and so they're trying to avoid different areas. There's always going to be an overlap. But, yeah, I think we've started. It will take time, but I think, there are standards coming out slowly but surely.
And I think it is a cultural change for us in our industry to collaborate, genuinely collaborate and be transparent with that. And that is what we need. We need transparency and we need collaboration. But that is happening, and I think the trade bodies are playing a key role in that in terms of getting people in the room and saying, come on, this is pre-competitive. Fundamentally, we need to get the standardisation done and dusted because we need to move on to the reduction strategies, the credible transition strategies, identify the risks within our businesses and within our industry. So I think it is slow, but hopefully it will pick up pace, especially as people become more and more educated, more lent into this as well. But yeah.
I would say if the government starts to get through some of the legislation as well, that will really put a stick behind the industry, which I think we need, because everyone's always got best interest, they're trying to do it, but they're also trying to do everything else. So if you can get more government legislation, it tends to ignite a fire.
And where does Scope 3 set in all this? Because obviously you are working with a range of different companies, so in a sense, that's a standard across the companies that you work with, but where do you sit in the standardisation?
So we've been calling for standardisation for a long time. It feels like years, but it can't have been because we only founded the company last year. We've open sourced our methodology. It's kind of there for anyone to see. We've had companies already, so I think TEEDS and a couple of independent researchers have been kind of contributing to that. So it's starting to get a life of its own. And my co-founding team has previous in this with pre-bid. So the kind of former company I worked for, AbNexus, started pre-bid and then gave it away. It kind of created prebid.org, and then that was a community unto itself. So we're kind of there, ready, happy to kind of help and give what we can. And to exactly kind of agree with my panelists here on the need for standardisation and the quickness with which that needs to happen. There was a video right at the beginning this morning with the gentleman from the WWF, and I think the overlay was like, we've got 10 years until 2030, and it's like, no, we've got fewer than 7 years now. So there's kind of like this ticking time bomb that I'm thinking about all the time, every day, like, what am I doing to drive this agenda forward? What am I doing to, make sure that we're doing this as quickly as possible? Anyone that's spoken with me in this room knows that I'm trying to put in a meeting for this week, not for like 2 months' time, because we need to, move this agenda as quickly as we can for everyone, really.
So some of the issues around standardization, as you referenced, and they're quite like, they're important, but they're quite technical of like, are we including the consumer device? And if so, I guess, how do we calculate, the percentage of that energy for the ad? But then one of the broader questions that I find is quite interesting and difficult to answer really is around this concept of advertised emissions, which is the concept of basically through an ad you create more sales of a product. Those products, unless they're carbon negative, are having sort of an impact on the environment. Should that be included? Obviously that's quite, it's quite easy to measure. Purpose Disruptors, who I think this is their concept, has a way of doing it. Is that part of the conversation at the moment? And is that going to be just a bit too tricky to have that conversation now, because it's just difficult to be taking responsibility for sales when that's ultimately the purpose of advertising?
I think it should definitely be on the roadmap. I would say it clearly comes under Scope 3, therefore it should be measured and reported on, and it also helps highlight and draw attention to what's going on from a consumer point of view, from an agency, advertiser point of view. Everyone starts to see the numbers. It might be biting off more than we can chew to begin with, though. We're still discussing how we measure standards, so it's definitely put it on the roadmap, but I don't know about today or tomorrow.
And is that something that Scope 3 thinks about at all, or is that
further
down the line?
It's on our list for sure. We talk about it a lot and how we can kind of include and add that. At the moment, we're continuing to kind of broaden out our channel capacity. Starting programmatic, looking at social, looking at connected TV, thinking about non-digital channels, and then absolutely, I think something like advertised emissions rounds out the entire Scope 3 supply chain.
So for people in the room who maybe are already measuring their own emissions or want to get started on that, we've talked a lot about the importance of knowing your partner's own emissions. But where are we at in the moment in terms of, because obviously we're in an industry where we hear so much about greenwashing and claims that aren't quite accurate. So what can you look for when you're talking to your partners to know, okay, these aren't fudged numbers, they're reporting accurately on their carbon footprint in a way that I can trust? What's out there at the moment?
Yeah, so something we did when we set up our marketplace, as an example, the first question we asked is, do you have science-based targets? Are you aligned to a science-based target initiative? Because that means that you have done your carbon emission audit, and that does mean that you've done your due diligence, and you're in line with the Paris Alignment Agreement, i.e. net zero, and you recognise the midterm 2030 target. And then alongside that, you also look at whether people are doing CDP, this Carbon Disclosure Project, reporting to those, because that is a standardised format. And basically those two are really key indicators if people understand their business, that you have a level of confidence that that is going to deliver what you need in terms of understanding their carbon footprint. And by using that for our marketplace, for example, we then saw the publishers that replied yes to both of those are in our marketplace, and they're like 33% lower in carbon than the M list, the Group M curated list. So really seeing that translate quite quickly into actionable insights. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Cool.
How about you, Sue? What do you look for when you're looking at partners?
Partners, we've got a set of standards that we sort of, very, very similar. You say, what's your corporate standards? What's your corporate status? How are you actually meeting those targets? Because it's one thing to set a target and then walk away from it for 10 years. So try and go that extra step and say, have you set that target and how are you progressing on that journey? And then one of the things, so we're obviously on the sell side, but one of the conversations we always have with agencies when we're trying to convince them to buy The Guardian is, what's the editorial stance and what's the editorial output? Because there's no point saying, you've got an ambition to reduce half your Scope 3 by 2030. Meanwhile, your editorial and your contributors are saying that actually all this is a load of crap, it doesn't exist. What are you actually funding here? Because large American tech firms take a lot of money from greenwashing while claiming to be doing other efforts. And it's like, well, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. You're misinforming people of what you're doing. So yeah, have a look at the editorial output as well.
I think the UK are one of the most misinformed groups of communities, aren't they? Like in terms of if you look at the British population, I think there's a stat that shows that there's still a large swathe of the population that don't believe that climate change is caused by human activity. That's quite.
I haven't seen it.
Have you not? Yeah, it's really interesting. It shows that as a country, we're the least likely to believe climate change facts.
Well, that's miserable, isn't
it? It is miserable. Apart from the Japanese that are quite nihilistic and think that it's all over. We've missed the boat completely. So they're slightly more depressed than us.
Make it worse.
I'll share the report with you.
But that's really interesting because certainly since founding Scope 3, we see that the UK, Australia and France are the three countries that are the most leaned in. So even though we're, as a population, maybe not believing in that, the science, we are, as an industry, leaning into the need to measure. We saw, as Stephen was talking earlier, and like the Ad Net Zero started here in the UK. So I think that there is lots and lots of different reasons to be kind of hopeful that here and elsewhere will make a difference and push
I think
what we need
hosting
forward.
COP was important, wasn't it? It put the political pressure, which I think accelerated our stance in the world on that. So.
That's a nice positive note to end on, so I think we'll wrap up there. Thank you very much, guys. That was a great chat. It's time for coffee break now, so please do head out, get yourselves a drink, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes. Thank you.
change the bottom. There's loads. We need to change the water to the bottom. It's alright. I'll still table to the top if you bring the tray. I'm going to put this side where they can't see.
That approach is kind of held up as actually being really effective in that kind of thing, but I don't know the ins and outs.
Well, they've banned certain terms and things. So because different markets have different approaches, it probably shows there is enough sort of leeway. Must be a spectrum.
Okay, I think we'll start again. Is my microphone on? Hi, welcome back.
I think you use the microphone.
I've got one. I don't know if it's on. Hello?
No, I can hear you.
Testing? Yes. Hello. Welcome back. My name is Dan. I'm a reporter with Video Week, and this session is entitled Disinformation, Hate, and Andrew Tate, Making Media and Advertising More Accountable. So, content warning, it will contain references to Andrew Tate. Sorry about that. He's a part of a complex series of issues around advertising and social media, which we're going to get into. So I'll let my panel introduce themselves. Dino, do you want to start?
Thank you. Dino Myers-Lamptey. I'm the founder of The Barbershop. I'm also co-chair of the Conscious Advertising Network's GSD, which stands for Get Shit Done Board as well.
Dr. Karen Middleton, very excited to be here today from the University of Portsmouth. My PhD was actually in gender stereotyping in advertising. So my current research interest is around all things around sustainability and social impact in advertising.
Thank you. I'm Geraint Lloyd-Taylor. I'm a partner at Lewis Silkin, specialising in advertising marketing regulation, which obviously includes social media, and very interested also in the space of environmental claims. So interested in this morning's sort of session so far. And yeah, that might even become relevant to this part of the discussion. We'll see.
Great. So last month, the Washington Post found that as transphobic and anti-Semitic tweets have increased, so have physical attacks on trans and Jewish people. So I guess my first question is, what is the real world impact of harmful content on social media, and what's the role of brands and advertisers in that equation? Karen, do you want to go first?
Thank you. Yeah. So just in answer to that question, first of all, I don't think there's any question that content on social media has an effect in the real world. I think for many different reasons, but first of all, looking at the context of misogyny. So, the rise of Andrew Tate and his like in the manosphere, these kind of online gurus who occupy this space where a lot of this, very dangerous, really, rhetoric is being promoted and discussed. It ties into something that we understand around sexual violence against women. And actually that starts at a very low level, that there's a continuum of behaviours. So these kind of comments, which might just be some of the seemingly perhaps innocent comments, the practice of calling women ugly, just these very kind of low-level perhaps language that's used, but it's part of a bigger kind of cultural level of meaning that is emerging, and particularly on social media, that this is being developed. And then this kind of low-level behavior on this continuum, it positions opinion, it positions meaning in a way that then will escalate in the real world and create this kind of meaning that becomes much more polarized. That we have these kind of polarized ideology that creates a divide. It's very divisive between the genders, and so that whole rhetoric and that background in terms of misogyny is being characterized in the manosphere. But then that same kind of pattern translates to other areas of hate speech. It's very much part of how these kind of much more serious crimes and acts are developed and justified.
Does anyone else want to jump in on that?
Yes, just on the sort of second point about what brands can do about it, I think Adidas is quite a good example recently with the Kanye West sort of spin out that he had and the comments that he made, which were absolutely unacceptable. And as a brand, Adidas has taken a hit of 1.5 billion, whatever it was, dollars and so on, which was the right thing to do. It will cost them, and it's only right that they've taken that decision in the full knowledge of how much it will cost them, and still gone ahead and done that. And that shows, I think, true leadership by a brand in this space. And I think it is incumbent on brands to make these difficult decisions, because all too often, I think, the decision comes to this sort of financial aspect of it, and then there is a sort of, well, it would be nice to do, wouldn't it? But we can't afford to. Everybody can afford to. I think that's what we've seen from this example, is that everybody as a brand can afford to stand by their principles when they are tested, because if they're not being tested, then you're not really standing by them. You're just sort of saying that you have these values. You have to wait until they're tested before you know whether they're actually values or whether they're just sort of brand statements that are meaningless.
Yeah, I think just to add to it, I think that without doubt, the power impact of social media, is the reasons why we use it in terms of for brands, because it gains such a high level of attention and people are kind of addicted to it. It has such an impact in terms of convincing people to act in a certain way or another. And that's why brands use it, because we're trying to get people to engage with our products. But it also has the negative effects, of course, and it's unregulated. It's not policed, and so with the good comes the bad, obviously. The biggest problem with social media is because it kind of amplifies the extremes, and it validates extreme kind of weird points of views. So, if you're kind of like sitting in your bedroom and you're ultimately lonely and a bit depressed, let's say, for example, you can find, a forum for that. You can find a lot of support for that across the world. And it makes your kind of like, typically bizarre views seem quite normal and quite average. And I think that the extremes are the ones that speak the loudest. The extremes are the ones that have a monetary kind of reason for going kind of large and going all in. and extreme views, unfortunately, are what kind of like fuel the algorithm, which is the problem that we're facing. In terms of what kind of advertisers can do about it, the problem with advertisers is they haven't necessarily got the tools to completely control the exposure, in that kind of social world. It's not as sophisticated as it needs to be.
And on Twitter specifically, obviously advertisers have pulled back since Elon Musk took over. Is that having the desired effect if the intention was to hit their revenues? Are we seeing, is that a case of actually brands can say to a platform, we don't want to be funding this content?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it is. The Twitter example is quite an effective one, really, because I think because of what's happened with Elon Musk and kind of Twitter, it's made kind of big, high-profile brands kind of take this kind of step back. But, like we've seen with kind of Stop Funding Hate, for example, there's a lot of moments of brands, stepping up and saying, okay, we're going to, stop doing it for a little bit of time, and then they very quickly get back to the drug that is, kind of advertising, revenue generating kind of income and selling products. So I think that in terms of whether this is going to be sustained or whether it's been done in its best possible way is the big kind of question. Right, so we work in advertising. Twitter is a platform that connects to lots of people and does a lot of good, and a lot of kind of like, kind of journalism, news and interesting things get shared on there. So we'd never stand there and say, right, completely stop advertising on these platforms, but it's about, hang on, can we persuade the platforms to take more care and attention in terms of what the content is and direct things in a better way. So you need the pause, but you also need the change in policy that can make it much safer for brands. So I think that the big brands are taking notice. The big brands are a bit more kind of concerned in that sense, but I don't think they're all aware of the extent of, their pounds been spent, but also, the social media works on a very much a massive long tail of small brands that, small businesses that keep the whole thing, afloat, really. So it's difficult for a big brand to make a significant impact.
I'll just add to that. There is something called the Brand Safety Initiative, which I think is mainly in the States at the moment, but it's through the Mobile Marketing Association. And they have a kind of an agenda to help media companies to actually understand this content that is being served up, in these undesirable locations on social media. So that is a proactive, what they encourage and then want to develop is using AI to actually seek out these dangerous brand environments. And I think that's something that's still kind of ongoing and developing, and the technology is working towards that ultimate aim. But first of all, having this awareness of the potential location of your branded content, and as far as possible, taking those steps, having that awareness, putting pressure on the social media platforms to do more to regulate that, and to perhaps investigate and understand when you get these kind of, especially when you get these kind of explosive contexts like we've seen with the likes of Andrew Tate. So there are kind of ideas emerging, and it's about being educated and understanding and having that built into the practice of the business and trying to move towards that position. Because, this is the thing that is very, very difficult and challenging, this huge gulf in this social media environment that is very unregulated and uncontrolled, and is more or less, a free-for-all for these dangerous conditions to emerge. And it's really quite depressing in terms of what it signifies about, the perhaps unintended human characteristics that drive this kind of behaviour. And so we do need more understanding, and we need more awareness of this kind of context. But one of the things that certainly has emerged is that conflict on social media is absolutely, you know, I don't need to really put too fine a point on this, but I think that's one of the key things that is at the heart of this explosive, dangerous content that we see, in that the drive for engagement, the drive for, you know, social media likes and clicks, that is very much driven by the advertising industry and advertising revenues, is very much part of a landscape where conflict is really has a lot of capital. So, you know, the likes of Elon Musk himself, Donald Trump, Andrew Tate, so especially on TikTok as well, you know, content that is going to be particularly offensive to a large number of people, but that will resonate with another large group of people for the same kind of reasons that you were mentioning, Dino. You know, these kind of echo chambers, these lonely kind of isolated contexts where society itself is becoming much more fragmented, and actually, you know, this pull towards this polarization and these kind of conflict-inducing social media engagement is something that we need to kind of think about addressing. And in one of the previous sessions earlier, the speakers raised some really good points about the power of advertising in you know, informing culture, leading culture, as well as responding to culture. And, you know, that's potentially in this big area of, you know, the societal impacts of advertising, that there is a great potential to contribute in, you know, a much more positive way to creating role models, to understanding the deficits in you know, societal norms in culture that can be enhanced. So this kind of very much a reawakening of a new role for advertising in having a positive social impact.
Just a brief comment on that. I agree with that, and I think the point fundamentally is that advertisers fund most of these platforms, and so they have a lot of leverage. It might not feel like it, because it might feel like the platforms are doing what they want to do, but they are funded by the advertisers. So the advertisers are essentially in the driver's seat, if you think about it in that way. And so yes, you can absolutely control the narrative yourselves by taking the initiative, I think, and persuading platforms around your way of thinking. The Advertising Standards Authority, their remit doesn't extend to the platforms themselves and media owners. They really control advertisers. So when targeting, for example, goes wrong, the advertiser finds itself with an upheld ASA ruling because the, you know, alcohol ads are seen by children or whatever it might be. And so there has to be pressure. The ASA has a limited amount of sort of leverage it has. So there has to be pressure from the advertisers themselves onto the platforms. I think we have seen the positive effects of that when it comes to targeting in recent years, because the platforms had to listen to their, well, where they derive their revenues from. And the advertisers are getting it in the neck from the ASA when the platforms get it wrong and they're doing everything right. So there has been a recalibration. I think that journey has not yet reached a conclusion, and so that will be an ongoing conversation where advertisers have to keep reminding platforms, keep trying to persuade platforms around to their way of thinking, and to sort of control the content to the extent that that platform is comfortable doing that.
And with the online safety bill seeking to control more of well, what social media companies can get away with in terms of harmful content, misinformation, do we need more robust definitions of those terms, or do we risk letting the platforms themselves become the gatekeepers of speech almost? Karen, did you want to come on?
I'll hand over to my colleagues on this one, because I think you're going to say something, Dino.
Oh, no, go for it.
But also, we were talking about this just now, so I think you had some clear ideas, so I'll pass
No
it
problem.
to you.
The short answer, I think, is that the Online Safety Bill had this concept of legal but harmful, some people call it lawful but awful content, which would, I think, have gone too far in controlling content that was sort of unpalatable, maybe offensive even to some people. But instead of that, and that sounds like an odd thing to disagree with, but I think it would have had such a chilling effect on freedom of speech that I think it's probably not right to put that obligation onto the platforms themselves. I should preface what I'm saying by saying that I'm a lawyer who advises platforms, advertising agencies, advertisers themselves, influencers, so across the whole sort of spectrum. So I have a vested interest, but it's vested in everybody, so it sort of dilutes itself. So I think there are new steps that are coming, which is to define certain types of harmful behavior, which, if they weren't illegal already, should be illegal. You know, sharing pornographic content that somebody has taken in intimately between them, sharing that publicly is an offence. And in some instances, these things were offences in an offline situation, but not necessarily online. So there's a good correction when it comes to those sorts of things. Content that encourages suicide and, you know, getting into those loops where you're actually considering suicide, and instead of seeing content that provides help is pushing you down that road. That is being tackled, and there's lots and lots of areas where they're being tackled in a quite specific way. I'm not comfortable with platforms being the gatekeepers of what's okay and not okay, but the problem with having defined terms about, you know, what is information, misinformation, etc., is that there becomes an absolute truth that somebody is the gatekeeper for, and I don't want that to be the owner of whatever social platform happens to own that platform at the time. And as we've seen, there are different platforms with different political skews, let's say, and views. And it's unpalatable when we sort of think, well, when that platform reflects our own values, maybe as a society in the UK, we're comfortable and we're okay with the concept. But when somebody else gets involved, we realise that actually the underlying principle was that somebody was controlling that and setting that agenda. And because we agreed with them, we didn't care. But was that right? Was the fundamental point that somebody is in charge of this right? Or should the government and elected politicians be more in charge of that process? And I think the answer is probably yes. It should be more of a democratic process that has checks and balances. I went to France a few days ago and I posted as a joke, don't worry, I'm not going to say an inappropriate joke, something about, you know, something that was funny between my friend and myself. He's French, and I said it was fantastic. The only problem was the blooming Brits that I kept bumping into on the Eurostar train. And Facebook didn't remove that in a sense that it didn't tell me it had been removed, but apparently it had blocked it so that nobody else could see that comment, not even my friend. And that, I think, is sort of insidious in the sense that you're not telling me that my content is being censored, but I am being censored. And what it can't tell is the nuance behind a comment. It can't tell the motivation. It can't tell sarcasm, irony, and so on. And so there are technologies out there that are being used to help control that process because of the massive volume of content that's out there. But we haven't nailed, you know, how does AI, for example, moderate content in a way that understands the nuance, the sarcasm, the irony, the motivation behind some of the comments, and how to distinguish it between a comment that actually is offensive.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go against the lawyer's answer there a little bit, because I think that, you know, the government is kind of shying away from not getting involved in helping to try and define what is harmful content and what is, you know, kind of technically lawful but harmful content. You know, in traditional media, you know, advertisers can much more easily control, you know, where the context and the content that they're going around. As well as the checks with the likes of, you know, the ASA and others in terms of in place. And the reality is that the internet and the social media is just not regulated in the same kind of way. There's not checks and balances there. So it's fine to say that if the checks and balances were there and things could be seen more transparently about where the money's been distributed, then we could have that kind of same system in place where it's kind of like, you know, choose with your feet and your pounds. You know, if you don't like what you're getting there, then go elsewhere. The problem here is that you can't even see how much of the hateful content you're sponsoring, effectively. You can't see it. You just don't know. And I think that it's for humanity. I think it's you know, we're shying away from a big challenge by going, oh, we're not going to really help to define what is harmful, what isn't, and see if we can expect more from people in general, and have some kind of consequence for platforms that are just promoting the shit stuff. which I think is, I'm not saying it's easy, but I think that, just kind of going, just leave it to the platforms to decide is clearly not working. And I don't think it's ever really going to work as it's playing out, for example, with what we're seeing with Twitter, for instance, in terms of, whatever Elon Musk's views are, it's just showing what happens when one person's got control over such a large communications platform. And and how it can go kind of wrong. It can probably go right and wrong and whatever. It can go in all sorts of different directions. And I think that what the politicians and probably the legal people have underestimated is just how big and powerful and influential these platforms are. So when it comes to defining something, so Twitter, for example, and let's get on the subject of Andrew Tate, for instance. The thing about Andrew Tate is, let's see with a bit of audience participation, who actually kind of likes Andrew Tate, who kind of like, whatever, watches his content and feels like, yeah, he's got some good point of views. No one's going to put up their hand, are they, in this audience? But research, I think by Hope and Hate, I think, did some research, and they said that 45% of 16 to 17-year-old men actually support his views. All right, so. That's awful for everyone in the room to sit here and kind of like even kind of imagine that. But really what you're doing when you look at the lens of the 16 to 17-year-old man, they're seeing a snippet of him talking about things that seem probably quite harmless, and they're not seeing the whole passage, but that's what social media does. A lot of his stuff's been recycled by fans and all sorts, going, oh, look, he's a good man, he's doing this, he's saying that, and this point makes a lot of sense. But meanwhile, he's preaching some, complete nonsense that probably people haven't got the attention span to see all the way through, but it doesn't matter because the algorithm works in a certain way that promotes and elevates his harmful content. So there needs to be some kind of intervention because the platforms aren't doing it themselves, basically. And you can't just go, oh, yeah, let the people decide, because the people don't really see the full picture either.
I agree with you. Just to come back on that I'm not saying that we should stay as we are. And what I'm preempting is the online safety bill, which is intended to help sort of not fix these problems, because I think it's a really hard thing to fix, but to try and improve accountability for the platforms. So I do agree that more needs to be done and more will be done under the online safety bill. What I'm saying also is that Andrew Tate and his comments, there should be a debate as to whether actually it should be illegal to make some of the comments that he's making. And if it is illegal, he should be prosecuted. And that, I think, is where there's a sort of dereliction of duty at the moment. There is the court of public opinion, which is not enough. There needs to be prosecution. Luckily, he's being prosecuted for something else. I don't know whether he's guilty or not. Let's let this sort of process play out. But if he's guilty, I hope he goes to prison, obviously, for a very long time. And I think that it should be investigated. Other people's comments often tip over into being unlawful, and not enough is done to prosecute when that is happening. And I think that should be the message. There are laws that are designed to protect people from being anti-Semitic, from making homophobic statements, not to shy away from debate about LGBT issues, which is one way that this is sometimes demonized as a sort of debate. But there are lines already that are not being enforced. And the question is, are those lines in the right place? Because I don't think they're in the right place either, because I think far too much is allowed that shouldn't be allowed in terms of social media comments.
And can I just ask a question back to Joan on that, which is, what are your views as a lawyer in terms of the publisher of that content as well? So if you've got some people like Andrew Tate on your platform and they're not your views, but you're amplifying them through your algorithms, what are your views about prosecution in regards to that role?
That's a difficult question because it depends on the platform as to what their involvement is. And I'm not saying this to try and wriggle off the hook, other than to say that I do act for a number of platforms, again, and they take different views. And I think some platforms have a very hands-off approach, but they will all be required under the online safety bill to have a policy that says we will not tolerate hate speech, and that we'll do something about it, and that will sort of weed it out. So I hope that the new online safety bill will change things so that actually the platforms are held responsible for some of that, and that they can't say, well, we're just allowing complete freedom, because I don't think that's enough.
And so the problem with regards to Andrew Tate, sorry, I'm just taking over this kind of interview, is that Andrew Tate has been banned from these platforms. That's the thing. He has been banned. His accounts have been banned, and he forms another one that gets banned again or whatever else. And then he has 169,000 subscribers to some university thing that he's doing that speeches all this kind of crap hate stuff. And then he gets those people to post a load of stuff that's saying, Andrew Tate's great, and all these clips that he's producing in other platforms. So the things still exist regardless of whether he has the account or not. So I think the online social media platforms might go, oh, well, we've banned his account, but yet he's generating 11 billion views or hashtags about Andrew Tate that are not coming from his account. So I think that's why you have to go a bit further to really kind of say, hang on a minute, you're not doing enough, platforms.
Absolutely. I was going to say as well, that's the whole thing about the power of social media and, repackaging this rhetoric and this emergence of hate speech. And so in terms of hate speech and hate crime, I think it's a huge gap in perhaps the resource, the legal framework around it, the policing. And so that is perhaps what needs to be traversed, in that there is much more development of the policing, the criminology aspects around online hate speech, online harm from speech, with this context in the background, and social media platforms taking that kind of responsibility, understanding what their impact is, working with with the development of the law, and then ultimately working with the police to actually improve the understanding, because of course the exponential growth of all of this content and these if they're not defined as crimes, then we can see that the criminal aspects are very much there, and the difference between what is characterized as acceptable in real life and is characterized as acceptable on social media, in the way that it's hidden, in the way that it's much more anonymous. It's a whole big area, I think, for development. So I think the advertising industry certainly has a role to play, and being aware. But in terms of much more sustainable business, it's around actually understanding what the impacts are and taking the responsibility in the right places, deploying business resource to taking that responsibility. But then there is a question around, as I say, the legal framework that it exists within. Perhaps, do you agree? Because I'm not a lawyer, and I certainly don't, have that insight. But, is there a space for that, would you say, Geraint?
I think so. I think, brands are, as I say, in the driver's seat to some extent, but they're pulling on commercial levers at the moment, whereas you're right that there are legal levers that need to be there if they're not there now, when there is unlawful behaviour going on. Andrew Tate is an easy example because he's so detestable. I don't know if that's defamatory, but let's say that he's detestable, based on the allegations against him, if they're true. That he's such an extreme example. You can easily say it's almost like a sort of terror group. If you designate somebody almost like a terror group, then promoting anybody around them and the hashtags around them could in and of itself become an offence. But then you've got the state designating an individual as, persona non grata, or sort of, an awful person, poisonous person that shouldn't have a platform. The question is, who decides who is labelled that thing? And some people would label J.K. Rowling that thing, and then there is a whole sort of spectrum of other people that would be labelled under that sort of same banner. And to what extent do you ring-fence them? And again, it's a complicated issue because Andrew Tate is such an extreme example. It's easy again to say, let's not let a word that he ever utters sort of make it into the public and the mainstream. What happens then, unfortunately, and I wish there was an answer to this, is that the dark web then becomes sort of proliferating of his content. And then he's, again, difficult to sort of enforce against. So it's about finding effective ways to enforce against people who are at these extreme fringes and whose voices we don't want to hear, frankly, in society. And we can pretty much all agree. Because, at the moment we're not effective enough, even in the extreme examples, when it comes to sort of stopping that content from making itself out there. And brands they say that they're being swept along in that because they are being associated with that content. And yeah, I think if they have concrete suggestions for what can be done to stop the platforms associating their content with those poisonous individuals and elements, then they should be forcefully making those points. And if the platforms are not listening, they should be withdrawing their funding, as discussed. So there are commercial levers, but yeah, I agree with you that the legal levers are not there yet.
We're going to have to wrap it up there, I'm afraid.
Sorry, Dina.
thank you all for listening, and please direct any abusive tweets about this panel to me. And thank you to Dino and Karen and Geraint.
Thank you.
I don't know. How are we sitting? You go and I'll go.
Do you want to check it? Yeah. Is that the maximum?
I just want to be next to you.
Switch this off.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, great. I'm Ellie Edwards-Scott. I'm co-founder of the Advisory Collective. I'm going to let my panel introduce themselves. Ali.
Thanks, Ellie. Hi, I'm Ali Owen. I'm the founder of Brixton Finishing School and the Academy, which are dedicated to creating equity in the ad tech, marketing and advertising industries.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Anyabena. I am co-founder of 16by9, which is a media agency focused on mainly AV or total TV, so more than TV, connecting everything around. I'm also co-founder of Bloom in Colour, which is part of Bloom, which is a network for women within Marcoms, and Bloom in Colour is for women of colour within networks and allies.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Thanks, Ellie. Yeah, just parenthesis, feeling very honoured to share a stage with you three, so thank you for including me. I'm Michael Brown. I'm managing partner of Insight Data Solutions and Marketing at Universal McCann, aka part of IPG. So yeah, lots of media buying and audience insight sort of malarkeys is what we get up to. So yeah, that's me.
Thank you. So it's been really interesting discussions this morning, and we're going to take it a step further, talking about DE&I and what the impact is of DE&I in 2023. But before we go forward, let's go backwards a little bit. Over the last 5 years, do we think there's been enough of an impact or enough done in that area? And if we do, how would you rate it on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of how far we've come as an industry when it comes to DE&I? Ali, yes, please.
Yoga. Thanks. I would say it's a mixed scorecard.
Okay.
There's obviously been some progress. I think if we look at entry-level kind of tiers in our industry, they're a lot more diverse, and I mean that from kind of a class, race, gender perspective. But the top tiers and around a lot of behaviours within our cultures, I would say there's not been as much change. And in some areas of the industry, I think about a third of the industry, there probably hasn't been any change at all. They're happy as they are. There you go.
So if we're scoring on a scale, what would you say?
Oh, can I say neutral 5, but definitely giving people negative points for not saying who they are, but also amazing 9 and 10 out of 10s as well, because there's lots of amazing work, and I sometimes think we forget that there are people on this journey and trying as well, and that's really good.
That's a really important point. We can't kind of say it's totally bad or totally good. It's picking out the areas.
It can't be generalist. Every organisation is different, but there should be some baselines of trying to do better.
That makes sense. Elizabeth, what? So I've got a mic. I realise that. What do you think? So I'd say a 3. I do agree with you, but the way I look at it is, at least it's not a 0 or a 1. So we have moved on, and I do think it's a journey. So I don't think that we can speed to 10 as much as we'd love to so quickly. I think as long as the progress is being made, then I'm okay with that.
Okay.
If it's 3, 3.5, 4, I'm okay with that, as long as it's heading in the right direction, I'd say. Interesting. Well, we'll talk about some of the reasons why you think we're a 3 and what we need to do to get to the 7, 8s, 9s and 10s in a minute. But before we do that, I'd like to ask you, Michael, in terms of scorecard.
I would say, I've been thinking about it, I would say, obviously depends on your organisation. At our company, I would say it's on the higher end of the spectrum, and obviously subjectively that is where I approach it from. That said, on an industry level, I don't know how many of you have caught the photo from the BAFTA Awards this week, or last week I think it was, where it was like all of the winners, and they were all white, and the only person of colour up there was Alison Hammond, who I adore, but she wasn't a winner, she was a presenter. And so then, just over the last few days, I've been thinking, what if we basically assembled all of the CEOs of all of the media owners and agencies in our industry, what would it look like? And it wouldn't look very dissimilar in terms of ethnicity and ability, disability, and all the other identities too. So, yeah, I think it depends very much on where you're working. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the results are of the census coming up, because obviously ad associations, all in census is happening. I think it's 15th of March. I think it is, and that will be obviously a kind of quantified moment to see how much progress has happened.
Yeah, because we've got a benchmark there, haven't we? So yeah, it'll be interesting. There's been a lot of redundancies in the industry lately. There's, various areas of the industry, ad tech, publisher, week in, week out, we're hearing more and more. How much impact do you think that's going to have, or are you hearing, and I'm looking at you, Alex, and you've got some insight in this, but it's having on terms of DE&I, and is it certain groups that are going to be disproportionately affected by the redundancies or getting back into work? So will this actually make us take a few steps back because of what's happening?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the position of being very much at the receiving end of budget cuts. I would say we're about 30% adrift. But that's, that's the market at the moment. It's, people having to make difficult decisions. For me, it's kind of slightly counterintuitive, because all the evidence shows that you should optimise your talent when you're in a tough place. So we know diverse teams are 12% more productive, and I'm sure at the moment everybody could do 12% more stuff. We also know they produce more money, and certainly from a leadership perspective, people are happier, and the ones you do want to stay will stay. In terms of the people that are being laid off, I mean, I don't think, from my personal experience, there's a lot of women over 45 and 40 again, which is exactly what happened during COVID. And a lot of people in marketing positions, which tend to be quite female as well in B2B. And let's face it, if you're trimming down your DE&I team, who tends to be on the DE&I team?
Exactly.
Why? The very communities that we care about. So it kind of, as always, seems to be centred around those that always have the most challenge. So that's my personal experience. Definitely at the lower echelons, people trying to get in, we obviously produce amazing talent and try and get them in. Yes, that has been harder since October. So I think you're saying sort of more of a gap in the pipeline. You're seeing, it'd be really interesting when we have the census, because if you think about the all-in census, 1 in 3 black talents wish to leave, 1 in 4 Asian talents do. So that attrition is happening anyway on top of the redundancies, and we're not bringing in new waves of talent because we're on a freeze, and we know the new waves of talent tend to be more diverse because that's what people are trying to do. So I'll be interested to see what the status quo is, because I think it will probably be worse year on year. I hope that answered that.
Yeah, it did. Interesting. Have you got any thoughts on that, Michael?
No, I just think in times of uncertainty, people tend to minimise perceived risk. And I think that hiring people from minoritized communities, for a lot of people, obviously wrongly, is perceived as a risk. And so I do think it's really concerning that people may very well default to recruitment tactics of times gone by, such as referral schemes, which means that you've got a never-ending influx of kind of grammar school, private and public school educated people. And that's exactly what we've been trying to overcome, for the last 5-10 years or so. And so there is a very real danger of regressing, I would say, at the moment, in the face of economic turbulence.
Yeah. Let's talk about advertisers, and let's talk about brands, and let's talk about post BLM, what has been done. So, you know, there was a lot of brands making a statement and putting that black square in
it was on a Tuesday.
On their pages, post BLM, and, you know, in support of not George Floyd in terms of the outrage against what had happened to George Floyd, but what has happened since, and have companies followed through on some of the commitments that they've made? I'm looking to you, Elizabeth. I know you deal with a lot of brands within the creative industry, and what's your feeling, and what are you seeing?
Yeah, I saw a stat somewhere that post BLM there was like 123% increase in D&I roles, or just sort of that level of activity, and then recently with the redundancies, there's now sort of 19% down, right? So. And of course there was that reaction, right? And I guess we were on the main stage for what was obviously an awful event that happened. But we got onto the main stage, and people began to recognise. And there's been the shift. There has been a shift. I mean, we can't sort of say that hasn't with some brands. Some are certainly have gone down the tokenistic routes, whether they've realised it or not. Because that's the thing, and I know we'll kind of come on to it when we talk about diversity. And the thing with diversity is people just think, right, okay, that's a number, I can measure that, right?
Yeah.
If we get X amount of black people in and X amount of, disabled people in, and then suddenly we've got our numbers, then we've ticked them up and we're done, right? And so it's easier in a way, really, to kind of find that a bit tangible, but then also to then kind of turn away as opposed to being inclusive, which is... or making people feel like they belong, or shifting culture, and all these sorts of things, really, which kind of comes with it, which is why you then don't retain, And so I think part of it would be that some of these brands have actually started out, by going, right, okay, we need a more diverse, we need, group of people for diverse thought, because we recognise to some degree, the benefit or not, but then they don't. Follow through, and then suddenly, and then we've got everything else that's happening externally, which it is happening. There's a lot going on.
So there's business pressures.
There's business pressures, which you can't sort of ignore. And so then it's a matter of, which one, what falls. And so you have a company does have a long, there's a long period to kind of work on that. Like I said, it's a journey, and if things change, there's a level of reaction. And they will pull back. Yeah. And some of those things might be, if you're looking at staff, they've come in, so it's the last in, first out.
Yeah.
It might be they look at diversity as just like a nice to have, an extension of HR. Yeah. All these sorts of things, as opposed to it being imperative to the business. So the good thing is more people, certainly the younger lot sort of coming in are expecting companies to be like that. So the owners, just like climate, and sustainability, there's an expectation.
Yeah.
So whether brands like it or not,
it's
at
something
some point they're going to have to recognise it's imperative.
Definitely. How are you, Michael? How are you helping brands on that journey? How are you helping them move beyond being tokenistic? In let's not just have a rainbow for Pride Month. Let's not, just have something for Black History Month in October. How are you helping brands on that journey?
Well, I'd say that at our clients, there is a real sincerity to their ambitions, our clients' ambitions around DEI. We're working with brands like American Express, Spotify. Even like Premier Inn, for example, which wouldn't necessarily seem like it is the most DEI-focused brand, has got really big ambitions, and also, more importantly, targets. Because it's one thing having an ambition, and a vague one that exists on a slide, but lots of our clients are attaching, for example, targets to their media investment for this year, that they look to us to invest in diversity-owned, diversity-targeted media, which is an act of discipline. Is that we're not just going to aspire to it, we are going to measure it. And
I'm going to put money behind it.
And so really, I'm actually really encouraged about just how genuine the intention is. And I think I think we'll come on to inclusive media I think...
Talk about it now. So how, you talk inclusive media, is it harder, is it difficult to have more inclusive media planning? Is that why people shy away from it? What are some of the issues around that?
Well, I would say there's 3 big issues around inclusive media. I think, number one, there's just a lack of publishers and titles out there. I think, in the US, where I would say they're a lot more evolved when it comes to having an ethnic media landscape, over here, I could probably get to about 10 different platforms. You've got Galdem, Amalia, but there's just a scarcity of them. And
so it's a scale issue then?
Yeah, a lack of options, you know. And,
you've got like some brand advance, that you can kind of get in touch with, who you can work with, who are a bit more sort of broader, or some parts of, say, Sky, for example, who have like their sort of ethnic sort of channels. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, Elizabeth, you can never interrupt me. I'm always glad of your additions. I think, I agree. I would say that's, mainly digital display inventory, which is really, really important.
Yeah. So if you're looking across the media plan, it's harder.
Yeah. And, when Jamal Edwards passed away, I think there was rightly an outpouring of grief for the tragedy of his passing.
Yeah.
But having spoken to 1 or 2 other minority ethnic heritage entrepreneurs in media, as we say, of which there are few, they have said that there was an additional tragedy to his passing, which is that inspiring energy of demonstrating that it is possible to create a new media brand as a minoritized person is possible. And I'm afraid that some of the responsibility falls on agencies and advertisers, because we're not being intentional enough in investing in, nourishing, incubating an industry where it is possible for somebody like Nafisa Bakar, who created Amalia about 7 years ago. She created this platform for Muslim women, and my goodness, she worked so hard on it. And thankfully, that one is flourishing. But because you require real tenacity and an emotional capacity that's unimaginable to keep picking yourself up after you've spent ages on a response to brief and it doesn't get commissioned because for some random reason that it's not quite right for this plan or whatever it might be.
And it's for connections as well, isn't it? For the publishers, it's like, where do they go to get access to? Because if they're new to the industry, you don't know. How do you even get a brief?
Agreed. Just very quickly, 2 other things. I think educating planners, strategists on the importance of inclusive media, and then for them to have the headspace to take clients on the journey. People are overwhelmed at the minute. We've come out the other side of the pandemic with very evolved and exciting things around hybrid working. I get to be on top of my laundry. You get to do some healthier cooking, whatever. The downside is everyone's diary has gone wild. We've got maybe 2-3 times more meetings. No one's got the headspace to lean into things related to DEI, inclusive media. You really need people to lean in, and there just isn't the time. The final point I'd make is that measurement is really difficult around inclusive marketing. A lot of media decisions are being econometrically led. And you know what? A £200,000 partnership with Amalia just isn't going to factor on a market mix model. And so you need clients who are going to be courageous enough to make decisions. But we've got clients like Mattel who are so courageous. Like they released a Barbie last year in tribute to Laverne Cox.
Laverne Cox, the trans Barbie,
How bloody brave, right? So much turfy anti-trans sentiment out there, and Mattel nailed their colours to the mast around trans inclusion.
I mean, if you look at what Mattel have done, Barbie from in my day was, tiny waist, massive boobs, and long blonde hair, and Mattel have consciously gone on that journey, haven't they, to have so many different I've seen Barbie in a wheelchair, and different black Barbies, vitiligo Barbie. They
so have.
Which is great.
It's brilliant, and also just the context is that kids are playing with that, and then that defines what they consider to be normal, aspirational, and that's a lovely thing.
I'm going to change tack slightly and just kind of refer back to some of the earlier panels we've had this morning. When we talk about ESG, everyone thinks about environment, don't they? And everyone, if they're thinking about it, it's like, right, okay, what can we do? Look at our carbon offsetting, how many trees can we plant, what are we doing? But do you think that the social aspect is being neglected or being left out? Ali, I'll come to you on that one.
I think this is a really good point, because the barriers to entry for somebody from sort of socially mobile or somebody from outside the southeast to enter our industry have dramatically changed over the last sort of 5 to 10 years. You've got, when we talk about social stuff, it's like, as a company, could you fund somebody's university degree? I always use the example of a lady I met at KFC. She's been at KFC 5 years. She's winning, basically. She's got a job, she's winning. 2017, she graduated with 48 grand's worth of debt. She's now, despite paying it every month, owes £53,000. Why? Because it's 6.3%.
Yeah.
You wouldn't give a mortgage to an 18-year-old. Yeah. None of you lot here would get a mortgage for 6.3%. You're not insane. You'd shop around. Yeah, we're kind of trapping our next generation. You know, that's just the young. I mean, we're buggered if we want to go back to uni, Ellie. Into like this huge amount of debt, but obviously it only applies to those that require the maintenance loan and to pay for their fees. It doesn't require people with familial wealth. So yet again, I just feel the whole Lego set that is society has been rebuilt in a way where everything's like a really steep staircase now for a lot of people. And especially the housing crisis in London. One of the biggest barriers for us actually having a kind of correct national blend of people is people being able to move to us. You know, and I saw a flat in Islington. I'm from Islington. Not the nice bit, though. And this flat, you couldn't even stand up in the bedroom. They said you could stand up if you were less than 5'2". I mean, I was like, what? And it was 1,600 quid a month. And I was like, what? But yeah, I just think when you're looking at that, those kind of, how do we as an industry think about some of the societal changes that need to happen around education and simple stuff like, where do our young people live?
Yeah.
So Saatchi and Saatchi are one of our partners, thank you, S&S, and they fund accommodation for the 6 people they take on their programme from us every year at this kind of it's a posh YHA in Southwark, and that's brilliant. So you've had people come down from Grimsby. I say come down from Birmingham. It is only outside. It's not that far, but you know, people. It actually creates equity of access.
Yeah.
So maybe that's something we could be looking at: is how do we actually come together to create change in some more of the societal changes we need, so we get what we want, which is a fairer industry.
That's a really good point. Elizabeth, have you got anything to add on that kind of societal piece? And
I was just having this wonderful picture of the way the world could be. I think it's just thinking creatively, isn't it? Because one great thing out of the pandemic, which is obviously awful, was the understanding that you can work remotely, you know, and you don't need to be in a London swanky office, you know, 9 to 5. Well, it was never 9 to 5, let's be honest with you, it's sort of like 8 to 7 or something, you know, Monday to Friday, right? You know, and so that then allows maybe some other people who may not necessarily need to have to pay those sorts of rents and things like that, you know, to be able to access and work from. So just having that kind of mindset, you know, where we can be more sort of flexible, I think is a good thing. I also think, you know, I mean, we're so obsessed with this thing, and this is my personal opinion, by the way, you know, of a measure of whether it's being established or wealth or starting is owning a home.
Yeah.
You know, if you haven't got a mortgage and if you don't own a home, then you've just not there. And there's this whole kind of, dare I say, conditioning of that.
Well, it's very British,
you know, it's very British, because if you go to
certain
certain parts of Europe, it's just like,
they have different
and everything's all fine. I'm not saying that you shouldn't, because obviously there's a wealth that comes with it and so on, and I get that. But there's this whole kind of conditioning of the mind, so if you think that you don't, then you haven't arrived, you know, and all that sort of business. So I think we need to challenge some of these things that we sort of use to determine what actually is wealth or established, whether it's education, you need to have a degree in order to reach yourself, you know, or, you know, so-called middle class versus working class, you know, are you more intelligent because you're middle class? Well, no, not really, actually, no, you're not. Do you have a degree, etc., you know? So I think just we need to start challenging those things and then, you know, bringing people into our industry who don't follow the old traditional route, you know, of coming in, which is, as you sort of said, you know, at least minimum degree, certain sort of class, etc., and then train and house and do whatever in a different sort of way. You know, which is slowly shifting. You know, you've got academies, things, apprentices, but not that much, really. We just need to challenge it more, you know.
I mean, Channel 4, like, they've moved a lot of their stuff out of London, and I think that really helps.
Well, Sky
maybe a
did
more
that ages ago.
balanced.
Sky did that before the
Yeah.
pandemic. I was at Sky at the time, and it was a big thing going to Australia and then only having a small office and us, you know, remote working, where people were still kicking against it. Some people, you know, but you know, it can be done.
We touched upon it earlier when we were talking about the term inclusivity. Or actually, rather than inclusivity, let's look at diversity. When companies think about diversity, do you think they just do that tick box in terms of going, right, okay, the easiest thing is, right, rather than all male, let's get a woman, let's get somebody of colour. Is there a hierarchy?
Well, you know, I said this to you. We should do a panel. We should do a panel on the hierarchy of the choice of what is diversity, particularly where people are being approached. Because I bet you probably have women first.
Someone of
colour.
Then
you'd have someone of colour.
What's
you know,
next?
Black. You know, preferably, but you know, person of colour is okay. And then, you know, so you've got a woman who's of colour, wonderful. You know, then I was just trying to determine what comes next. Is it LGBTQ or is it disabled? I can't quite work out.
What does come next?
Blend of both would be ideal, yeah, you know.
Where does
if you happen to be neuro, because you need to roll that into the mix, you know, whatever, because that's still coming, but that's, I think, a newcomer to the equation. Yeah. So we should do a panel on that, I reckon. Because there is a definite hierarchy.
Isn't there?
Yeah, I think they vote for the most visible ones first. That's what I've discovered.
Yes.
Like neurodiversity. I'm ADHD, but luckily, you know, I'm also socially mobile. But you can hide both those things. I know I hid. You're able to hide things. But I know I've had people say, yeah, we want to show a visible difference in the office. And I'm like, oh, is that shorthand for what I think it is? It is, isn't it? Yeah. But the other one we don't deal with is age a lot. And I think for me, you know, I'm 51 this year. I've seen so many talented people exit the industry. And we go on about talent shortage, but most people, especially women over 45, can't get a job.
Yeah.
They've been exited, they can't get back in, and there's, you know, so much bias around it. When we talk about hierarchy of staff, if you say to a young hiring manager, you know, what about somebody in their 40s? They're like, oh, I don't want to employ my mum. And you're like, if you said that about some other, like, protected characteristic, you'd be in real trouble. But there's, so I think all of that's really interesting. Yeah. Northern accent, where does that come?
Yeah, love a northern accent. Yeah, that'd be interesting, Yeah, although they do very well on voiceovers.
Yeah, we can do that for our next panel. How about equity, the equity piece, Because it used to be D and I, and most people focused on the D. Now it's just like, okay, we've got to think about the I a bit. But where does the E come in? Where does, you know, do companies look at equity when they think about inclusivity? Do they look at it enough? How do we help people realise that it's not just the right thing to do, it's actually, as you touched upon earlier, Ali, it's got a financial benefit, proven financial benefit in it. Michael, any ideas on that?
I mean, the financial dimension is really important. The E has found itself, people rarely say D and I nowadays, the E is very much anchored in. Don't know how much understanding there is of the E. I think, for me, there's kind of two contexts to it. You know, in the context of talent, I think we have to appreciate that not everybody comes to the workplace from the same starting point. I was really lucky to go to a Catholic school and then to a really good uni just because of the complete fluke of having been born into that household. Others haven't had the same education, may not have gone to uni and whatnot. So that is about overcommitting and finding, frankly, budget in any kind of multi-million-pound company that can't justify spending money on overcommitting to certain groups through things like apprenticeship schemes, through mentoring and coaching for minoritized talent, I think should have a rethink. But the commercial stake, and I was really pleased to see a third P, people, planet, and profitability, I think, when it comes to purpose, is so important. You know, I mentioned Amalia earlier, which serves Muslim female audiences. Muslim people represent 7% of the UK population, and hardly ever do you see comms that have been crafted in a thoughtful way towards Muslim audiences. I really like the Tesco example that I'm sure many of us will have seen, because it was so rare that it got a huge amount of trade press coverage. It was wicked. It was like a big 48 sheet, I think maybe on the Westway.
Superb,
And like during the day, it was a tabletop with empty plates, and then the closer it got to dusk, like all this gorgeous food started appearing up there. Like, there's just people. I don't think brands and agencies are really appreciating that the moral case. You know, I think at the minute over 1/3 of kids in school at the minute are from minority ethnic heritage backgrounds, which means that future audiences at a large scale are going to be from minority ethnic backgrounds. And so,
but it's also, I think, understanding what that audience is, and not just going, okay, you are this. It's understanding that whatever that background is, the value that, you know, that they represent as a buyer, because ultimately they are a consumer, they are a potential buyer of products.
Absolutely.
So it's recognising that value piece,
and some products like Lydia Anwar, amazing person, published
the Black
2
Pound
editions
report,
of the Black Pound report. You know, she's got so much insight on, you know, the haircare market amongst black audiences generally, but black female audiences, I forget the exact number right now, but it's a big number. So brands neglect it at their peril.
Yeah, exactly. Let's talk positive. Let's look, you know, if people in the room, let's not go down a rabbit hole of it's absolutely awful and everyone's being ignored. What can people do? What can people do within their organisations? Because often it's left to whichever group to form an alliance with other people like them and then try and do something, which can be a bit of an echo chamber. What else can be done within an organisation? What advice would you give to people to take back to their organisations to say, okay, we need to do things differently. We need to, you know, change what's happening within our company. Ali, I'm going to come to you first.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I think it's really important what you've just said about not leaving it to the people who are actually from the communities that are minoritised, because you're naturally the ones, I hate to say it, who have to keep your nose clean as much as possible, because you're always thinking, well, this could be my last day in this office if I do like stupid or put my neck out. So I think it's really important that leaders and kind of senior leadership teams kind of embrace this and start thinking more about, rather than just the moment now, times are tough, but what do you want your business to look like in 5 years' time? Do you want to embrace some of the profitability that you could have from actually creating a much more blended future talent pipeline? Do you want to, as you enter your 40s and 50s, to still have a job? I would hope you did. In that case, it's probably, you know, obviously I'm going to say come and talk to me, but I'm also going to say there's lots of people you can talk to. And one of the big things we're doing this summer, and this is a big shout out, is we're taking 12 talents to Cannes, and they are some from ad tech, some from the video backgrounds, but they're from 3 organisations. Lollipop Mentoring, which is for black women 5 to 8 years into their careers, run by the incredible Maria McDowd. DigiLearning, which is people beginning their journey in, which is incredible. 4 talents from there and 4 from Brixton. So if anybody in the room is at Cannes, and I know, considering the temperature out there, that we don't think it's summer yet, please have a chat to us, because we are able to supply speakers and stuff. So sorry, that's a complete sales pitch.
No,
but hey,
it's
I've got the mic. I had to do it.
Yeah, no, but do it, because it's a great, you know, Cannes is, God, I'm on my, I think, 6th or 7th.
So inclusive, Ellie.
Yeah.
So inclusive.
I mean, there's a lot of work to be done in Cannes in terms of getting inclusivity, let's face it.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, we're
it's
trying
a fabulous initiative.
Yeah, trying to normalise normal people, which is everybody's normal, in every place. It shouldn't just be, it shouldn't be just a weird, like, filter on the world in these places.
Yeah, great. Elizabeth, so just kind of circling back on the question, so...
That's all right. I'm glad that's absolutely fine.
No, just to remind you of the question.
What to either do or not do.
What are the opportunities?
So I don't get rid of all your D&I specialists, you know, essentially, and recognise it as a benefit that is, so it's not just nice to have, that actually in the long run it will actually contribute to your overall bottom line if that's your only motivation. And I do think what you're sort of saying is right. I mean, I'm part of Bloom, I'm part of Wackle, I'm part of Cannes, actually Dina's one before, and we are doing stuff in Cannes as in Festival Cannes as well. And, you know, we lean in, because I said this to you before about equity. What we're not saying is, and when I say we, I am from a minoritized group simply because I'm a black woman, you know. But it's that we have to contribute ourselves, you know, we have to play a part, you know, and lean in. So we're not just sitting back and waiting for the saviors to just come and take us on their wings and off they go, you know. So we do, which is why I'm overly involved in Bloom and Bloom in Colour, you know, and things like that, to do our bit within our community to shine the light when we're in the room and keep the ladder down so others come in, you know. So we have to be active as well as then having allies. So you should play on your ally. I don't know if you've done it before, but you should do it.
I may have a column called Educating It.
Yeah, you know, sort of groups and things like that, you know, networks, mentoring, all these sorts of things, you know, the exchange you do with men, you know, to come into the room for Bloom as well, just to kind of get ourselves involved, as well as then companies recognising that their, you know, diversity isn't an extension of HR, it is a benefit, you know, particularly when things are tough, to kind of maximise on that diverse talent to get the maximum output.
I think what you said about putting yourself forward is really important. And you know, Ali, because we're part of the same group in terms of Digital Leading Ladies, which is a group of, as many of them in the room I think today, a group of 280 plus now women in the industry, and you know, within the group we've even got so many different channels to help women with different areas. You know, now people are going through redundancies. We've got a jobs channel. We've got kids chats to recognise that not everyone wants to talk about kids if you haven't got them, but if you have, there's a place that you can go. And we also encourage people to put themselves forward, because there's no point just complaining about, oh, you know, we don't see enough females on panels or black representation on panels, and not doing it yourself. And it, you know, it can be time consuming, it can be a little bit scary for people, but actually you have to do that, don't you?
That you're there, then
exactly, it encourages more people.
Yeah, and I'm going to shout out MIFA as well, you know.
Member of MIFA as well.
Yeah, exactly. So,
and that's the thing as well, there are so many groups within our industry, I think,
which the companies could tap into.
Yes.
So you don't even
There's a place to go, isn't there?
Have to employ all the time. You can tap into that expertise and talent. You know, so it's not only about recruitment in the traditional sense. It's about all these things you can partner, all these networks you can partner with to actually get that in. It's a different form of on your line. So, you know, it won't affect the profit line, it would just affect your output, which is positive.
Michael?
Yeah, we're very proud to sponsor.
Yes, we love you.
We do. I would say, and I appreciate that I'm probably addressing an echo chamber of people who are on the same wavelength right now. Let's think about how do we bring people that aren't in our bullseye audience on the journey. So I don't think it's about bringing people, you know, in our respective offices into meeting rooms to have content addressed to people that, you know, probably don't have time to be there, start to resent it. There's a guilt factor. Why didn't you go to this thing? We had a Holocaust survivor come to the agency a couple of weeks ago to share her first-hand testimony of surviving the concentration camps in Poland. She's 96 years old. It's probably the last chance any of us will get to hear the first-hand testimony of the Holocaust. And people were doing random calls with media owners instead. I was like, chatted to someone from the AV team. I was like, are you coming to the talk? He's like, oh, we've got a chat with Sky and later. It's like, what are you going to remember when you're 80? And people can't prioritise their time because of the overwhelm and whatnot. So how do we bring people on the journey? Because I don't think it's about having loads more events. Is it about different formats like podcasts or video, audio on demand, so that people can, you know, educate themselves and, you know, be a part of it?
Maybe,
The other point I'd make in terms of what people can do is think about, you know, Scope 3 obviously supports this event. Scope 3, the meaning of it, as some of you will no doubt know, is about, I'll probably get this wrong because I don't know that much about sustainability. I'm on my journey.
I was wondering where you're going. No, we're all on the journey, it's fine.
But I think it's about the kind of carbon impact and environmental impact, the output of what you do. You know, you've got, you know, 1 and 2, which is more about your operations and behind the scenes, and then 3 is about what you're putting out there into the world. You know, as we've been talking about today, in advertising and media, we can put a lot out there into the world in terms of messages. So we're really proud to have founded the Unstereotype Alliance with UN Women and Unilever 5 years ago. That's all about representation of different communities in advertising and in culture. And if you'd like to, hear more about that, then, let me know and I can connect you with UN Women. But you've got amazing brands and agencies that are part of that. And it's very cool that there's competitors like IPG and WPP. We sit proudly at the same table in order to make a difference in that space, for example. But also supply chain, which media owners are you working with? There's a lot of, tabloids that are putting horrible rhetoric, divisive rhetoric, into the world. Question, why are we
Are
spending
clients
so much
asking
of
you
it?
about that supply chain issue more and more?
Yeah, there's a very difficult aspect to tabloids and red top media, which is the reach. There's a lot of reach there.
Of course.
But frankly, reach is achievable through lots of other ways nowadays. And, we do have a process called the Media Responsibility Index, which is where we every quarter check in with our biggest trading deal partners and say, what progress, what are you doing around these areas? And it does encompass DEI, to brand safety, kid safety, but also more recently sustainability as well, to make sure that they are trending in the right direction. None of us are perfect.
It's about that intention, isn't it?
Yeah. So final point I would say is just think about, your supply chain, who you're working with, and could you be doing more to invest and provide capital to diverse media, for example, because, investing in those is an implicit statement of support for those communities. Like, at Gay Times, you see a brand work with Gay Times, you see that brand supports and stands for your community. So there's a lot of upside and benefit to doing it.
Like you sort of said about the supply chain as well, conscious advertising that Dina was on earlier. Again, that does, if you're not sure, when you're looking down that supply chain, where your brand may be associated, whether it's hate speech or whatever it is, they're there to kind of be that advisory group of people to kind of help. So the people are around, so
the information is there.
It's just about having the will to kind of like pull their head out of the sand and make the difference.
Cool. Any final thoughts or what you want to take away, that you want to leave the audience with?
I think I would say have a bit of hope. Yeah, times are tough, but I think somebody said earlier about now's the time to see what you stand for, and if you do stand for DE&I, if you do stand for equity, if you do stand for not being Andrew Tate or whatever else, then I would stick to your guns. You can continue to do good work in tough times. In fact, it's the good work in tough times that matters more than when the wind is behind you. So if you're doing that work, I thank you. And if you're about to start, good luck. Yeah.
I think we saw that during COVID, didn't we, in terms of the brands that continue to spend, the brands that it changed their messaging and the actual impact that it had, and also some brands that got it horribly wrong. I won't name the brands, but there were brands that were just kind of putting stuff out, and it's like, actually, that messaging is wrong. And it also, if you want to attract and retain the generation that we need to kind of get them up the chain and fill in the digital skills gap, you have to be doing something, because Gen Z are questioning much more. They're looking at your board, they're looking at the output of what you're putting out
They
there.
understand that they are just, it's
They're
an
powerful.
equal exchange, which I think my generation was just grateful to have a job.
Yeah, exactly, I think we were. Any final thoughts, Elizabeth?
I think it's just been okay to be uncomfortable, and just embrace it and own it. I think once you start there, or certainly just lean into that and be open to what that brings, then people appreciate that, and then you kind of get going from there. Whether it's your CEOs or having to do a survey to actually realise that maybe the temperature in the company isn't quite what you'd expect. But be bold enough to kind of do that, to then determine what your actual next plan is. As opposed to not. I think just be okay knowing that you're going to be uncomfortable, but that's fine. It's better than turning a blind eye and not bothering.
Yes, but it's to have that uncomfortable conversation, then to ignore it and just kind of sweep it under the rug.
Yeah.
Michael, what do you think?
Ellie, thank you. I would say, on my point there about WPP and IPG working together, I really like this idea of just, people coming together to tackle the big crises that we're working through. So, the point that I've been on about inclusive media, nourishing, incubating new the future generations of Jamal Edwards. You know, if you're interested in that, let's connect. Let's create a group across media groups that will together commit to, you know, finding future entrepreneurs who have got a really cool idea, you know, helping them to develop a creds deck, connecting them with the right people to find the infrastructure to code and build their website and platform, then someone that's going to help them to connect it, like Brand Advance, to a programmatic network that will help them to monetize it. But there's so much skill and creativity in the people in our industry that I would say, you know, now that we're not in lockdown and there are more cool forums and spaces like this in which to meet like-minded people, you know, let's organise basically.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. I think we're on time.
Are we on time?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. No one told me about it. We've been talking for ages. So.
Thanks, Eddie.
Thanks.
Brilliant. So just for our final session of the day, we wanted to have something that gives a bit of insight into what sustainability looks like in action. Obviously, we've been trying to bring in some practical points where we can. We're now very pleased to have Dominic Charles from Wavemaker, who's going to be presenting on what some of this looks like when put into practice. So thank you very much, Dominic.
Always conscious doing, after an interesting in-depth conversation about social issues, a thing that has many bar graphs. But there's me, that's me with my name abbreviated. We're here to talk about the kind of, one of the areas we've been looking at is the trade-offs between return on investment and sustainability. And does that trade-off exist? If it does exist, what is it? All that kind of stuff. Not anticipating there'll be another picture of me, just in case we've not hammered home how much I hate that picture. So I head up our audience intelligence and marketing science team. I don't know what that means either, but it's basically I like spreadsheets. For those of you who are unfamiliar with Wavemaker, we're part of Group M, the largest media planning and buying network in the world. So we work with a wide range of clients on their kind of media decision making, helping them with their campaigns. We win lots of awards. We've got lots of kind of exciting clients in lots of different sectors. We're particularly proud of a lot of our government work as well, which is where a lot of our kind of thinking gets shaped. And within that kind of field, we do a lot. I'm conscious there is a font issue, but I'm going to power through it, trying to remember which of the fonts seems to have gone weird here. But we do a lot of work understanding the effectiveness of that advertising in various different ways. So that might be setting up measurement frameworks, marketing mix modeling, things like that. So we've got a real depth of understanding in how advertising pays back and how it can drive brand growth and all that kind of good stuff. And one of the challenges we started to kind of noodle at back of the agency was obviously sustainability is becoming more and more a thing that our clients care about, and it's becoming more and more of a kind of issue we need to lean into. Is there a trade-off? Do we need to be advising our clients to effectively go, do you know what, if you want your plans to be more sustainable, you're just going to have to take a 10% hit on ROI because you can't balance those two masters. And actually, the provocation we set ourselves was, could we find a compromise? Could we find another route through? Is there a trade-off? And it's really important because obviously there's a lot of commitments from the industry around reducing the emissions that we put out on behalf of our clients. It's a key part of Ad Net Zero is reducing the emissions from media planning and buying. And when you look at the problem at a really simplistic level, it looks really easy, right? I can think of two ways right now that I could reduce the emissions of every media plan in the country. First one, do less media. Second one, do more media in channels that are more sustainable, i.e. the carbon emissions to put the advertising out into the world are lower in some channels than others. I'll just do more of the ones where it's lower. The challenge is these present two very obvious compromises. The first one is, if I spend less, I generate a smaller effect. So, this is a diminishing returns curve. I told you there'd be graphs. It's a diminishing returns curve relationship between spend and sales. The less I spend, yes, there are fewer emissions, but I'm compromising on my ROI. I'm generating a smaller result. And whilst, because there are people sometimes I talked about this stuff where this starts getting into an existential conversation about whether advertising is a net good in the world and should we be encouraging people to buy things they don't don't need and all that kind of stuff. I'm not going to tackle that particular challenge today because it's quite a career-limiting route to go down as a person who... But actually, if you think about why that can't be the blanket answer, is in quite a few circumstances, we are using the power of our communications and the advertising we do to our clients to drive an action which is actually a sustainable action. So if you take a brand like Transport for London, it's approximately for every kilometre journey that you shift between a private car or a taxi into an underground train or some form of public transport, you cut the emissions of that journey by about 80%. So if I've reduced, and a lot of their advertising effort is about encouraging that behaviour, right? So if I do less advertising, I drive less of the sustainable behaviour. Actually, if you work it through in the case of a brand like Transport for London, the carbon emissions I save by doing less advertising are offset by the increased carbon emissions of all those people taking private car and taxi journeys who should have got on a train. So just reducing the spend is not an ideal solution. Equally, just putting the money into channels which are more sustainable to deliver also is slightly problematic in terms of an optimization. The reason for that is that the ROI of different channels, the effectiveness that different channels drive, varies massively. This is from a study we did last year with our colleagues over at Essence Mediacom and Thinkbox and the rest of the group. Looks at average ROIs of various different media channels. So the bars here are an index of ROI. Average is 1, so above average ROIs on the left, below on the right, and then sales volume in the orange, because there's always a volume value trade-off. So you can see already there's a massive swing, right, between the most effective channel at driving most efficient, channel at driving short-term effects and radio and outdoor at the other end. There's a massive swing there. And that can fundamentally change the view on what is the most sustainable channel to put your investment in. Because if I just gave you 2 arbitrary channels, and I've made these numbers up, but the orders of magnitude are actually reasonably consistent with real-world data, you'd look at that and go, right, well, I'll just spend more in channel A, right? Every impression I deliver in channel A, it takes much less carbon emissions to put it out there into the world than does channel B. Perfect, let's go and have lunch. If I then give you this piece of information and go, how effective are each of those impressions at driving outcomes, and that outcome can be a sale, it can be a response, it can be changing a perception of a brand, actually then that fundamentally changes the calculus. Because I need to do so many more impressions of the channel on the left that I offset any of the gain that I got from the channel being inherently efficient. Or if I need to do 1 million impressions of a really low carbon emitting channel to get the same effect as 1 impression of a slightly higher carbon emitting channel, I'll do the 1 impression, not the 1 million impressions. So the challenge we were getting to is how do you balance the effects? Because just simply reducing it, just simply optimizing based on the emissions per impression didn't get us to the place that we wanted to get to. And this is where our kind of eco-effectiveness framework, I'm conscious there is something else in the industry called eco-effectiveness, but I think that's just going to be a function of people who like effectiveness sticking the word eco on things until we think of more original names. We're spreadsheet people, we don't do words. But this is our approach to how we get to more sustainable media planning by fusing sustainability data and outcome data to then look at emissions in the context of emissions per outcome generated, not per input in terms of the media that we're putting out into the world. There's 2 things that power that. The first one is Group M's carbon calculator. The second is marketing mix modelling. Just to kind of unpack those quickly, the Group M carbon calculator is a collaboration between the Group M agencies, so Wavemaker, Essence Mediacom, Mindshare, M6 and a couple of others. Working in partnership with some partners, including Ernst & Young. And this is a massive piece of analysis that we've been doing to quantify the media-driven emissions for every media channel down to a format and publisher level. So we can look at the emissions from a JC Deco 48 sheet versus a Clear Channel 48 sheet. It's that sort of level of granularity. And it's evolving and growing all the time, but it helps us quantify the carbon that is being emitted from the media that we are putting out into the world. So what it costs in carbon terms to put a poster up, to deliver an ad on Facebook, to put an ad in someone's television. The second component then is marketing mix modelling. For those of you who aren't familiar with marketing mix modelling or MMM or econometrics, because we are not disciplined with the name of this thing as an industry, but marketing mix modelling is a statistical modelling technique. It's probably the gold standard in media attribution. It's a long piece of statistical analysis. You look at the patterns and trends in your sales performance over time as a function of some inputs such as your marketing spend, your pricing, your distribution, seasonality, and things like that. And you can then isolate the incremental contribution of different media channels. At a very simplistic level, it's a very complicated way of working out what goes up when sales go up, what goes down when sales go down. And those two factors get us to a view on what we call eco-effectiveness, which is the uplift and the carbon effort required per outcome that is being generated by the media. So I'm going to show you some averages. Whenever you do talks like this, and I can see it happening, which is always a kind of positive thing, people take pictures of slides and then repeat them ad nauseum, which is good. The slides in this one, because it's around sustainability, people get more annoyed. There's always some channel owner who gets very annoyed at these next two charts. So I'm going to put the caveat in now around averages. So when we see benchmarks and we do this sort of stuff, we will naturally show you some averages of what this looks like and how that varies by channel and stuff like that. The one note of caution just to have about averages is that no brand is average. And this is an example of how it applies to humans. So this is a piece from Australia where they were doing the census, and some researchers went through and worked out what the average Australian looks like. It's a 37-year-old woman, has a son and a daughter, etc., etc. They then wanted to finish their fluff piece by finding someone who was the average Australian. So they went through every single person in the census, the entire population, and they wanted to go, here is insert generic Australian woman's name, and this person is the average woman in Australia. And that person doesn't exist. Because actually, when you average out over lots and lots and lots of different parameters, you end up with a useful guide of what an average person looks like, but it just doesn't show up in any of the real people. Same is true of benchmark data when you look at in advertising. It's useful guides, but there is a lot of variance brand to brand, particularly because when you're talking about sustainability data, the formats you're picking have a massive variance on the emissions, particularly in channels like out of home. So with my caveats out the way, here's the chart that will annoy someone, but I've put it in anyway. This is then the view we get of the balance between what we define as eco-effectiveness, which is the uplift generated per kilogram of carbon emitted, and the sales uplift itself. So you want to be, things to the right-hand side of the chart require less carbon effort per outcome they generate. Things at the top of the chart generate more uplift per pound spent. And we can start to see, and some of the labelling is a little bit kind of fuzzy up here. The top right, where the labels have disappeared, is broadcaster VOD, online display, and something. People won't get annoyed about this chart because we can't see the dots. This is a brilliant way of presenting it. Anyway, so we've got some channels up in the top left, top right. They are what we would describe as best of both worlds. They are generating really strong sales uplifts, but they also do that without putting tons of emissions out into the world. So they're efficient in both examples. In the orange boxes, in the bottom right, how the channels there are like social, generic PPC, cinema, and outdoor. They're where there's a commercial compromise. They are generally reasonably good at emissions generation per sale generated, but they just don't generate that as efficiently per pound spent as some of the other channels in the chart. Top left, print sits in that one. That's where you're compromising on the emissions. It's quite a high emissions channel, but actually quite efficient at generating sales uplifts. There aren't any in this example, thank goodness, because I had a real crisis when I thought something might be in the red box when doing this at a generic level, but you do get it at a brand specific level. If you have anything in the bottom left, that's a channel that is both high emissions and costing you a lot of money. So we've euphemistically put optimization required as the category there. We can also look at how this compares to sales volume creation, because there's always a trade-off between efficiency and volume. So the bars here are the amount of sales volume that different channels generate. The orange is the kilograms of CO2 per pound generated in revenue. So there's another set of trade-offs here, as well as the ROI trade-offs, that actually a channel like print, although it's quite ineffective from a carbon emissions per pound generated point of view, it is the fourth largest driver of sales effects. So it's a big volume driver and actually scales better than some other channels. So we can quite clearly see, to balance off and to understand how we can reduce media-driven carbon emissions, there's actually three things we need to take into account. The carbon emissions that the channel creates in order to put its stuff out into the world, the efficiency of that channel, so the ROI effectively, but also how scalable that channel is, because at some point an efficient channel runs out of headroom. So what we want to do is take this a step further and start being able to, as well as just quantify it and put it into some lovely charts, start working out, could we optimize this? Could we find out where the compromises were, where the trade-offs were? And this basically involved us looking at two sets of curves. The first one on the left-hand side are sales response curves, so diminishing returns curves, relationship between spend and sales. More you spend, the more you get, but it gets progressively harder with each incremental pound that you spend to generate a sales uplift. On the right-hand side are the emissions curves. This is the relationship between spend and emissions, pretty much a linear relationship, right? If you do double the amount of TV, it will roughly cost double the amount of emissions in the world. And what we can do through some fusing of data, or for non-technical people, some maths, is to put these curves together and get to an incremental carbon curve. So what's the relationship between increased spend and how effective that spend is at generating sales effects for the carbon emissions that we're putting in? And it's a really interesting provocation, by the way, if you've got a client who, for some reason, likes to spend money that doesn't do anything, to also point out that it's generating a load of carbon emissions that are just for no greater good in the world. And that allows us to put this into an optimizable quantity, because with those two curves, I can now start to do some optimizations. I can now do some rebalancing. And one of the examples where we did this first was with our work with BMW. And what we were looking for with BMW is, could we find the balance between ROI and sustainability? There's a brand that's massively committed to sustainability throughout its supply chain, including its media activation. So we wanted to see, could we answer the question, right? Could we reduce their ROI and reduce their emissions? And actually, by looking at their curves and looking at where they're spending and which channels they were using and how much they were spending in each channel, we could find that the compromise actually didn't exist in their case, because we could find versions of the media optimization where they generated 30% more sales from the same carbon output, so massively improving the effectiveness that way. Or arguably more importantly, we found a route that reduces the emissions from their plans by 20% with no detrimental impact on the sales. So they generate exactly the same sales from exactly the same amount of money, but reduce the emissions by 20%. We're now rolling this out, so we're starting to, what does this machine have against Morrison's? That awkward white space was where Morrison's logo lives. This computer is definitely editorializing. But we're starting to do this on other clients. We're starting to use this on our benchmark database. It's a standard part of our marketing mix modeling outputs, is now to output these eco-effectiveness views as well. And ultimately, it's allowing us to more consistently answer this question that I kind of posited up at the start. So when we get to, is there a trade-off between sustainability and ROI? Actually, the answer is, in some occasions, yes. Right? There are some occasions where it's unavoidable, because there is a bit of serendipity required, that you need the channels that are effective for you to also happen to be some of the carbon efficient ones. If print is your most effective channel, it is harder for you to balance sustainability and ROI than it is if radio is, just by the nature of those channels. But by creating this thing, quantifying it and turning it into this optimizable quantity, what we're now able to do with our clients is, as well as find examples like BMW where we go, actually there isn't a trade-off, for the clients where there is a trade-off, we can have the conversation, have the grown-up conversation of going, your sustainability outcome and your ROI are in conflict with each other. How committed are you to your sustainability outcome? And sort of push them on, whether it's a bit tokenistic or whether it's, actually, to be fair, in the most cases, it's a genuine thing they want to do, and therefore we will work out the way to compromise ROI the least in order to do it. So that is all from me. There's my picture again, because it's really important, but thank you very much.
Brilliant. That is us for today. So I just want to say a quick thank you so much for coming along. Hope you found it informative. And as a reminder, if you're a broadcaster, publisher, brand or agency, and you're interested in coming to New Video Frontiers, please do drop your lanyard in the box by the exit. Otherwise, just drop it off by reception and we'll recycle it for you. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your days.